wānanga me ngā whakatonga kia whakatūria ai te tahi hapore e matatika ana i tu kotahai ana ka mutu ka whakapiki anō i te oranga o tō tātou rohi ka whakatau anō i hake o te rohi i ngā runga i te tika me te puna.
Ourselves to you all. I think you're coming along today. Start over here on my right hand.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anne Court. I'm the councillor appointed to the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board, and it's lovely to see so many of you here this morning. Welcome.
My name is Jane Hindle. I am from Kororaraka Russell, and I am the representative for Kororaraka, Okiato, Opua, Waikari, Rapati, Paramaku, Towai. I'm very large for people. I work in tandem as well.
Good day, everyone. My name is Tyler Bamber. I'm the Waipapa representative on the
Kia ora. Kia ora, boy.
Good morning. My name is Lane Hare. I represent the Kerikeri subdivision. Thank you.
I'm Belinda Ward, and I have the privilege of representing the Pioneer Waitangi.
Kia ora.
Morning, Casey Gananaho. I am the Democracy Advisor for the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board. I have the pleasure of being here to support all of the board and all of you this morning, so welcome.
Kia ora, Casey.
Yes, good morning. I'm Bruce Mills, and I represent the Whangaroa subdivision.
Kia ora.
I'm going to cover for the happy team. I will tell you about the Marian. The memo for the happy you will call subdivision. If you want boards for the Coco, we will subdivision.
Good morning, Tim Hammond. I'm the Community Board Coordinator for the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa.
And kia ora everyone, hi there, I'm Catherine Trowan, I'm Funding Advisor for Whanau District Council. So most of you have been in contact with me.
Yeah, Catherine.
Sure, Catherine. I don't have any other staff in the room, so with that, we'll move on to formal business. I have an apology from Amy Slack. Just before we go into the next item, I would like to just inform you all here today that we have made an unusual decision that this board has never made before under section 7.1 standing orders, which means today when we come to deal with the funding applications, which is item 8.4 on page 59, we'll actually be going into committee, which means we will be moving a motion to exclude the public from the decision making. The reason we're doing this is we have had 15 applications and we have just opened our financial round in this month for the next 12 months. And should we grant those applications, we will have virtually no funds for the rest of the year to operate. So we need to be able to have a free and frank debate as to how we are going to fund, what we are going to fund moving forward over the next 12 months. So for those of you who are here to listen to the decisions, we will come back into the meeting to make our final decisions public, so you don't have to sit most of the time outside while we deliberate over all the applications. This is why, and that's by the end of the day. So just a matter of courtesy to you all, that's what we're intending to do today. Right, so first up we have public forum, and we have Wanushi Paroa. You'll get to speak to us on the Waitangi Community Spatial Planning.
Can I just ask, normally if we've made a funding application, we're asked to attend so that we can speak to our application. So
you will be speaking to your application.
So that's what I was just going to ask, whether we'll have opportunity during this public open session to speak to our application if we're not going to be here during committee.
You will be speaking under item 5 under speakers. If you have a look, if you look on page 7, there is a raft of public speakers for the speaking before we come to the funding.
So we do get opportunity to speak.
Definitely you will. Just in public forum at the moment, so I have 2 speakers in public forum, one issue, and first up, one issue. Now, you can stand over by me, please, because, and smile, because you're on camera.
Kakira tēnei te mihi atu ki a koe. Te kai tuku kakea ki tō tātou matini te rangi tātou nei. Moi tō tātou tina tāna o te tātou koe. Tahare atu mihi ki a koe, te reo reka. Tuko mai te tahi waiata. Kia mana ai mana kakea i roto i a tātou i tēnei ata. Tēnei te mihi atu ki a tātou i te poaru. Tēnei te mihi atu ki a tātou i te poaru o hongai tēnei hōnore. Kia hau i tēnei atu ki te tuku atu e tahi kōrero e pāna ki ngā mahi i roto ia Waitangi e Paihia. Ahuri. Thank you for the invitation, Community Board and Belinda, councillors, for giving this opportunity to me to speak on the spatial planning that we have put together. I'd like to submit this spatial planning document to you. In there it's detailed some work that we have intentions of working together with the community board and our community. Before further ado, I'd like to introduce you to Kahui Kaumātua Rōpū ki Waitangi. These ladies that are sitting here with these beautiful scarves on, they formulate part of our rōpū that has come together to look at the opportunity of working together with our community board and working as a whānau hapu in Waitangi to advance some opportunities for us. We are a rōpū that's been together for the last 6 months. We're still finding our feet, but what I'd like to say about this rōpū is I, in my view, consider them to be the elite of our whakapapa. They are the holders of repository knowledge, historic repository knowledge. So therefore, I hold them in the highest esteem. For them to be able to come together and have discussions about their moimoia, their what they envisage for our community for the future, I think it's worthwhile the community board having a look at our spatial plan. What I'd like to do, rather than go into too much detail, because I know my time is nigh in this presentation, so rather than go through the details, I'd like to submit our plan to the community board and ask that they factor it into the plans. Into the
strategic plan?
Yes. Strategic plan and give some consideration for it. I'm so proud of you. These kaumātua, you know, this is not just our rōpū, there's others too, and we do have some men kaumātua in our rōpū, they just weren't able to be here today, but this is just the smitten of what this rōpū is about. But also you'll find in our spatial planning that there's room and opportunity, and we want to connect with the other ethnic groups in our community. So even though we carry the name kaumātua, our kāhui kaumātua ki Waitangi, there's always room for improvement, and we have a desire to connect with our other ethnic groups within our community. It's not just, we're just the foundation. We want to elevate our relationship in our community with the other ethnic groups, because I believe, or we believe, that we have a connection with them, but it's just a matter of us getting out into the community and campaigning, and I guess it starts here with our community board. So on that note, I will submit this to you, Belinda. One copy for you and one copy for me. In here. I don't want to prolong my standing and planning to use all in there. So on that note, again, I want to thank the community board for this opportunity. Thank the audience for participating and listening to us at this. Thank my kāhui kaumātua rōpū who have taken the time out of their schedule to come here and connect and be part of this. So, Ngāti rahiri ki Waitangi marae, tūai te pukelanga, me tau manaranga tira, anei mātou, ramoko puna, o mai kukue, ngāti rahiri. Ui noto tātou whare, kia ora mai tātou.
Kia ora.
Right, next up we have Kimberly. We're speaking in relation to, well, possibly several things, but to item 8.3 on page 53.
Oh, for the whānau. I'm talking about the shared pathway in relation to page 53. I'm a bit concerned that there's already a recommendation to decline the whole kaupapa. I'd actually like it, we've just touched on it in the law kāhui kaumātua. We haven't been able to talk about it properly. We are aware of where it is on the T Beach, I don't like the fact that it's been identified as high here. We need to start getting our geographical areas right. We come around those Nigo, that's by people over there. We come into Te Beach, and then we come into Waitaki. So the kaupapa of the shared pathway for Te Beach, we'd be interested in asking that you keep it on the table. Don't do an outright decline because we haven't actually had a good kōrero about it. And it's something that needs a good kōrero because in the spatial plan, there's kaupapa in there as well, going along the rock area in Waitaki on Karuka Road. So what happens on there is going to be happening also on those rocks in Te Beach, in that shared pathway. So, board, can I ask on behalf of us, Kaumata, that you leave this kaupapa on the table to enable us to talk about it further, take it to there's a redress hapuhui happening on the 29th of July. And we all know what the redress is about, and that's looking at all lands, whether it be council or crown, in that area. So that kaupapa of the shared pathway could be taken there and talked about a little bit further as a hapu. So we haven't looked at another hapu to talk about kaupapa hapu. So we thought, well, maybe we could take it to the redress hapu. Where we're coming from and ask if that those recommendations of decline be declined and allow the kaupapa to sit.
Just to give you some comfort, I've already sent an amended resolution to the lovely meeting, Casey, seeking to do exactly that.
Brilliant. Well, then we look forward to talking with each other. Yeah.
Majority of everybody.
Oh, well, I'm so glad that that's over and done with. If I've got 1 more minute. We're very happy about that. Thank you, Ben. If I've got 1 more minute, I'd like to talk about a resolution that the Tahu Kaumata made last night. And that was in relation to the squatters on the Te Mara Ave Reserve. And the decision there was that we actually support serving of the notice by the Far North District Council on Wednesday, the 12th at 11 a.m. That's that code. Hope to see you all there.
Sentiments about the shared pathway, yes. Open that up for discussion. Right, that's our public speakers this morning. We don't have any applications, so I'll move straight on to the funded application speakers. And I have first up today, I have Fiona Craig speaking on item 182, but wire on the beaches.
I'd like to invite Charlie York to come and speak with me, if I may.
Yes, you have 5 minutes. Feel free to come over my
Thank you.
Greetings. Yes, so we are here today to apply for $1,000 towards the printing, the reprint, in fact, of this book called Barbed Wire on the Beaches by Maureen York. It was published. What year was published? 2011. And of the books that I have been asked to write for the last 17 years, this is the one that I've had most requests for ever since it's been out of print, and it's sold out pretty quickly.
Some of you will know Maureen York. Yes, so she was from Bohemia, and she was a great historian and a woman, a employer of the people. She really was. Yeah. And so this little book is a great value, I believe, and we need to ask for funds to get a reprint. And Charlie, Maureen's son, is going to speak about what the funds from the sales of that book will be dedicated to.
Morning. Firstly, thanks for your consideration for this. I think I shall start by saying as children, we didn't really appreciate how good Mum was at writing stuff, you know. She did a lot of music, wrote waltzes and pulses and that sort of thing for the Bohemia community, and we donated all that to the Puhoi Museum. When she wrote these books, initially we didn't understand it, you know. We didn't get our head around it until much later, and I've read that book now 2 or 3 times, and I think the more I read it, the more I appreciate it. And she had a real passion for the Bay of Islands and her experiences growing up post the war. And it would just be so great to get some more out there. What we'd like to do, given that she died of Alzheimer's or dementia, whichever it was any proceeds we get from this, we want to donate to the Alzheimer's Association. So once again, thanks for your consideration.
Thank you.
I believe so.
Yeah, I think so.
It's got an ISBN number in there. Yes.
Shame on me, I haven't read it.
Well, a lot of people don't know about it.
No.
And can I just correct one thing? I did say that in the books I've written, in fact, I compiled this and took lots of, Maureen kept lots of cuttings and so some of those are in here, but the writing is actually her own words. She had a fantastic memory. Memory was good. And yes, so a precious book and really a poem, I think.
I'm sure the information is in here somewhere, but can you just remind me how many copies you've done?
I think 200 was the agreed number. Is it?
300, yeah. 300.
Oh, we got points for 200 and points for 300.
Oh, okay.
Is that correct?
Additional information.
Maybe it is 200. I'm sorry, it was a couple of months ago that I put this application in. Yes.
Any other questions?
I have a question. But just for your information, when I sent out my community email about what's on the agenda, I got an immediate response from one of my community members saying, great, when I open the copies, please.
Really?
Which leads me to, so I'll share that information. So it does make me ask a question. You're obviously going to make some proceeds from it.
Sure.
So you'd like us to help with funding so that you can donate the proceeds.
Precisely.
Will you be donating it to a Northland branch of Alzheimer's? Is there any way you can target it for people?
That would be
Rather
my
than a national organisation?
That would be my consideration, was something local, yeah.
So I guess that would be my request of you, is that we somehow make it local to our community.
Absolutely.
Yeah, my mum died with dementia.
Really?
Very much fun with it. Yeah, it's another.
Yeah, it's shocking, isn't it?
Yeah. So if we can make it local, it would be really nice.
Any other questions?
I see that the application to created was the one, so
Oh, was it?
yes.
Oh, so, and I was only able to, and I only asked for half.
So that's right. So I'm just saying, okay, about how would this be funded?
Well, don't be have plan B. I just read the fiscal order for you.
Yeah, I put an order for 20,000.
Well, I guess it's back to the drawing board in that case to try and get the problem out. But I'm not quite sure that sort of holds up the whole process. Because I didn't know it had been declined. Is it the community board you can only apply for half of the funds? Yeah. So unless anybody's got any recommendations.
Yeah. You get some chuckles out of that.
Yeah, that's all.
Jasmine, yeah.
Yes.
And I've never met you before, and I didn't. Kathleen,
Yeah.
so I want to clear an interest.
Well, I'm not sure where we go from here, but let me just read one email that I had in February. As I say, this has been a very much requested book. So this is an email that arrived on my screen one morning. Hi Fiona, my name is Doris King. I was loaned more in York's book. It told me so much of York. Born in 1943 and lived with my family in Taranui Bay, now called Tapa Waitahi. I was very young at the time. My family said very little of what was happening. Maureen's book told me so much I never knew. I don't know if it's possible for me to buy a book or tell me the possibility of where I could look to find one. Telling my friends about it, they would also like to read it. Dare not give my loaned book. I have given people books precious to me and never seen them again. Thank you for reading this. Stay safe. Regards, Doris King. So,
So Anne Court has now been released, so she will not be voting on that. Thank you very much, and find out later on in the day.
all right.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Yes, buy one. Buy one, Auntie.
Before we move on, I have our next speaker is Jenny Jackson, speaking meetings. Page 163 of the agenda.
Would you mind if I bring my colleague up to help me hold some things?
5 minutes, thank you.
I'm Jenny, and this is Wendy. We're here, some of you know me, previous applications. We're here, ask you to us a little bit more busy days. Here, getting here. Our main aim, we all love knitting, and started back in 1917. Keep babies warm, keeping them out of hospital. So we were knitting small group donations. Grateful for it. It's what's helped us going over these last 6 years. We knit 0 to 12 months. They're the most vulnerable. Keep their little lungs warm out of hospital. Healthy baby, happy mum, and keeping them out of hospital. The other side of what we do is knitters themselves. We now have about 34 knitters working from 2 groups. And these ladies, they love knitting. They used to knit for their own family, but they've got no one to knit for now. So they come and knit for us, Now it's going out to helping the babies. It's not only helping the babies, it's helping the mums, the dads, the carers. And I learned the other day, started thinking about it. It's a number of people are getting joy from it as well. Not religious. Then Wendy and I take it to Bald Angels, and they get excited and happy all girl gardens, lovely things. And they hand it out to the social services. They all get delivered to Women's Refuge, police, blanket, midwives, the birthing units at Bay of Islands, Rawene, Pattaya. There's several social services. Forgive me if I pronounce this wrong. Islands-Whangaroa, and there's a teen mum house in Waikato, mums with babies that have nowhere to live, and that help. We give them a delivery each week, or month, I should say. So it's getting out there in the community. Now, we've brought a few bits to show you what we do. This wool is getting very expensive now. This is the kind of thing I'll pass this round. This is the picture of our last delivery. It's basically 4 weeks of knitting in that picture. Our main thing is what we call angel sack. It's a sleeping bag for babies. We developed these after our first year. We were asked to try and make something like this because you can wrap baby out, pop it in. It's totally enclosed, not getting cold. But the hospital board, these their hearts, will only accept pure wool. And they won't take a credit because baby could overheat. Pure wool is getting terribly expensive. We're shopping online and getting the best deal. These will now cost us over $30 each. That's with us doing all the thrift. Once we did 4 last year, up to June this year, we did 147 of these angel sacks and delivered them. Do you want to pass it down? And last year we were getting that wool for $25. And now, $25 per sack. 147 at $25, that was $3,600. So you see, we need the money if we're going to keep doing this. We get a lot of wool donated, and some people buy their own wool. We get little jumpers like this. We've also been asked to make from cotton. We had a call out with lots of toddlers running around in the woods, so we were asked to make this. This was made by a lady suffering with arthritis. She can't sew the buttons on when she's doing it. But she loves knitting, she enjoys it, it's keeping her simple. So that's another step. And then we also do these blankets. These are mostly donated.
Buy it.
We need the money for some of our things, but a lot of people donate for mum, auntie, cousin, passes on a big bag of wool comes to us. Or some of the ladies buy their own. That's another sleeping bag. We use every inch of wool. This one made up from all the leftovers. So we've been quite big at that price. Adult sizes. Adult sizes. Do you do adult sizes? And we keep records. I don't know if you can pass this around too if you like. I fill this book in every month when we do a delivery. And I take a photo and I put exactly what we deliver example, in that picture there was 20 angel sacks. There was 70 jumpers and cardigans, acrylic mix, and 33 full tops and cardigans. So we keep track of all we spend, as you know.
Our chairperson had to tell everyone this morning some of the heartbreaking financial decisions that they're trying to get today. Funding it so some people are going to be terribly today, and in my perfect world, we'd be able to fund everybody, but I guess my question to you is, I think you guys are doing amazing, and I see that you've come since 2019 and if I'm going to be worst case scenario, what does that mean for
Well, even if we half of it, that amount would really keep us.
one of the conversations the board is going to have with these wonderful nations, or whether the board is, they will provide seed funding to get communities to be able to we think you're amazing.
I do appreciate it.
And we will turn our minds earnestly turn our minds.
Thank you very much.
You mentioned that you distributed across the whole district. Is that correct?
The north.
So
About where we were to take.
have you ever looked at approaching any of the community as well for funding, given that they absolutely, like in those areas benefit you as well.
Exactly the same places. Okay.
Perhaps ask for a small amount from each.
Probably interesting.
We have to hit you with a phone call and you have to and if you deliver it on COVID and online areas, that's all of the areas. So, we have pages and some up there.
I'm very much on the same line. And I made the point to someone, two or three charities based in here actually service areas, the entire district, and you're one of them. Just entirely survive this. But I think we should be looking at
Doing such good work, you know, it'd be really just to help you to build out something else to give you certainty or just spread the word so you're not having to come back to us every year. And great support from the board, dangerous, but there's quite a smart person there.
Thanks, Jane. And just from me, I have a prefect at the market and that's non-stop. She does the Whangaroa basis system. She buys op shop woolen garments. She unravels them
Oh boy.
So next up,
I'll buy that one.
Summer, speaking for Bay Islands Animal Rescue, page 67.
Yeah.
And the additional information is on page 1.
Yes, Summer. She's wonderful.
Thank you for having us here today. I feel a little bit professional with my clipboard and my notes. I'm Summer, I'm the chairman of Bay Islands Animal Rescue, and this is Ed, who on our board of trustees. What are you?
General board
Okay. I cannot overemphasize how important this meeting is for the overall health and well-being of animals in Northland. So thank you very much for having us here today. I'm just going to hand out some leaflets to but good guys can do that. While he does that, and if there's any left, if you could sprinkle them about, thanks, please. I'd like to start with now. Let's talk about sex. Sexing is our major issue. Please have a look at the handout showing how many dogs can come from one unsex couple. And just to be clear, there's not monogamous relationships, so this handout is not the full picture. I'd like to start with giving some information on how we are getting on with the never-ending number of dogs and pups we are constantly juggling. Since 2022 till March 2023, we have had 996 dogs and pups come into our care, with 88 coming from Farnham District Council pounds. We have desexed 539 community dogs and 109 cats. Our community desexing bill for the last financial year was $126,804, with our overall vet bill being $327,000. That's all being paid from the generosity of the local community boards, as well as donations and pub charities and lotteries, and our amazing sponsors that follow us on a daily basis. The only way forward is desexing. Late last year, we were gifted funding for a desexing caravan. This is why we are here today, to ask for your help with the remaining $14,000 to finish kitting out with essential veterinary equipment. So then we can start going to other community boards for the desexing funding, as well as other grant funders. We're excited to bring desexing to the outer rural communities, as well as education around animal welfare. Our first stop is Rafferty, then on to Tatine, and every community thereafter that needs help. We are sick of being an ambulance at the bottom of the hill, and we need to be more proactive and get on the road and really and truly start cleaning Northland up. Please help us to achieve our goals for a better Northland. After all, every roaming dog and pup is a reflection of us all. Please help us stop this ugly cycle of dump, abandon. Welfare in Northland is appalling, and we're doing the lion's share of the work up here, unpaid and unfunded. While to make matters worse, SPCA has permanently closed the Kaitaia shelter and many others around New Zealand, and it's the little rescues striving to do better. Thank you. Sorry, I'm a bit emotional. Welfare in Northland has really stepped up in the last month, and it's horrific, and it's breaking me. So the only way forward is desexing to stop all these unwanted litters coming into Northland and better welfare. Any questions, please? Or is there anything you'd like to add?
No, just I guess one of the things that I've been involved for coming up for 3 years now And apart from the hours that we've got a board of 5 trustees, myself, Summer, and Stacey do the majority of the admin on the road work. My hours have gone from sort of 2 to 10 to 30 to 40. Summer is 24/7. Stacey's 40 to 60 hours a week, all unpaid. When you talk about the welfare issues, last Wednesday, Summer had calls to rehome 44 dogs. That's in one day. It's normally between 30 and 50 a week. It's just every week it just gets more and more and more. And when someone's talking about the vet bills, I look back at sort of 5 years ago, 80,000, 120,000, 180,000, 200,000. It just goes and goes and goes. And when we sit down and we strategically plan going forward where we're going, we can see that next year's 500, then it's 800, then it's $1 million a year that we've got to find to fix the problem that SPCA should be taking care of. They don't. Council, to a certain degree, pretty ineffective in what they do as well. I just got my dog registration of that, and on all over it has about desexing. You're going to get fined if you don't do this. They just don't enforce it. So animal control has a little bit to answer for us as well in some ways. But the
animal control officers in the South team, freaking amazing. I have huge respect for them. If they identify animal welfare out in the community or desexing, they come to us, and so we're working in conjunction with them. If they don't have the funding for desexing, we do it.
I'd say in a lot of ways that's wrong. Council's coming to a voluntary group.
Are you saying that the council brings you dogs for you and pay for it?
Yeah.
And we pay for it.
That's wrong. That is wrong.
But I look at it like any desexing is a win. So I don't mind who's coming to me. You can pull up in a Prada handbag and a pug dog, and if you want me to desex your dog, I'm going to desex your dog because it's a win.
Thank you, Summer. Out of time, but I will allow.
Have you applied to any of the other?
So we constantly applying to all community boards, but for this, we need the money to finish the desexing caravan so that then we can apply with a clear structure and plan in place at other community boards with the desexing money to be able to get the caravan out on the road and desex animals.
You see, last year you received 1,000 from NUT. I'm not sure whether that's the council or the community board.
Any other questions for someone? Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. And you'll sneak away. Thanks so much.
Yeah, I'm Jane Johnston. I'm here for the Dave Islands Community Centre Association, and I've got Tony Atkinson here as well. I'm going to give some time over to Tony to address another one of our matters that we've not got on the agenda, but it's essentially what he's going to discuss. And before I start, I also want to talk about what anybody had to say about the shared cycleway. We've been lobbying for something like this for a long time in the community. We've done a lot of work in the past. Craig Salmon and Folks Party, Folks Party, quite a lot of work about how we might add cycleways and an opportunity for e-scooters and pedestrians in the community. And I also want to talk about what the ladies are doing with the Busy Bees, but perhaps I think it would be nice if we could make some connections, because we're talking about the Community Centre Association and knitting, and they call Stitch and Bitch, we've got over in Paihia. It's the sort of thing that people do, and we could probably connect around getting koha and donated materials for you, in addition to offering the spaces that you might want to operate in and share your skills, which is a big part of what our school holiday program is about.
So we've actually stopped, the Community Centre Association has stopped paying rent. Oh, I also want to mention 800 babies a year being born in the far north at the moment. And if we're doing 140, it makes me think actually we need to put boomerang stuff on this, the concept of pass it forward. So when babies too bigger, pass it on. Because I also know that a lot of families really cherish the children, so we're still spending a lot of money on gender reveals and on first year birthdays and all that kind of thing. So you know what I mean? So we could do a lot more to pass it forward and not have these things moving out of our community. But one of the things that the school holiday program is doing, I really want to thank you for putting in, whoever put the 2,500 that you've allocated to the program. Just to give you an idea what that means, it means that we can have 40 children if they would have come in for a full day. Because it's $25 per session is how we priced it, because there are consumables. They get access to things like knitting, embroidery, mosaics, tiling. It's all around old-fashioned arts and crafts. Weaving, toy making, sketching, design work. It's the whole 9 yards of responding to the creative prompts that we've got now in the Legacy Lounge that's been set up in the community, what had been the community centre. But not only that, we've got activities outdoors. So we'll be taking kids out to pick up things in the natural environment and figuring out how they can use those in the arts and crafts program. And we're doing this by joining them up to our Kaumātua and seniors. So you'll know Lydia at Waitangi, she does crocheting, for example. It says about crocheting, everything's red and black in the main, but looks fantastic. She can crochet anything, so we're going to get her in to work with children and teach them that skill. And similarly, we're going to be asking our Kaumātua to come in and do weaving, carving and all that kind of stuff in the program. So I wanted to highlight in speaking to you this morning that it is about exactly what the community fund is intended for. And it disappoints me when I read things in the agenda like, oh, we don't need $2,500 for road cones and traffic management for our Christmas parades anymore. So let's just bolster the Christmas parades to 5,000, change the policy. 5,000 for a Christmas parade, it's an annual event, everyone knows it's coming every year. It doesn't really need $5,000 worth of promotion, because the community needs to get behind it months in advance to build the floats. So it doesn't really need that kind of money to promote something that happens every year. And it's not really a Christmas parade, it's a Santa parade. Okay, I didn't realise I'd spoken as long as anybody else yet, but I'll get there. 5 minutes. So, because there are such limits, the other thing I wanted to come in for and have a question is, can we apply again? Because we put in this application just for the school holiday program, but we've got lots of things running. So we'll be doing after-school activities. We support a seniors group, a crib club, board game session. We're starting a chess group. So there's all sorts of things going on, and we haven't put an application for our entire program. We've just talked about that one school holiday program. So we just want you to know that we actually will be putting in other applications. We've got nowhere else we can go because we're very localised. It's Bay of Islands-Whangaroa community. We don't operate in the program is for people locally. And we will be making applications to other places, but there's no guarantees. And we need community support before we can make applications to the other funders. I want to see that we've got community, we've got a suitable council. Now I'm going to give over the time that I've got left to Tony, and I hope he will give him sufficient time because I believe other people had longer than the script, 5 minutes as well. Thank you, Tony. Tony's on the board, and there's a chair of our subcommittee called Picnic.
Yes, one speaker, Jane. So pushing the boundaries a bit, I'll allow you some time. Welcome.
One question. What happens when the request for service, as the years go by, it seems to change its number? I'm involved with, our group is involved with getting the council. We put in a petition for council to mark the limits to the public free range on the waterfront unformed road. Back in 2020, this community board passed it on, but it's got sidetracked on other issues.
I'm sorry,
In the-
we're here to listen to your application to the Bay Islands in front of us,
Okay.
London.
I think I am a little
You
bit,
could have spoken in public forum earlier, when you wished, and you're welcome to come back to our next meeting. But at the moment, we're dealing with you. So if you want.
that's all right.
Yeah.
All right, okay. I accept that.
Thank you. So next up, we have Bay Islands Country Music Festival, Nellie May. Oh, yeah. We're out.
Sorry,
Jane, would you like to just come forward? Sorry, there was a couple of questions.
Oh, sorry.
just a couple of questions. So is this a 2-week program that you're delivering?
It's running as 2 weeks, but because you have to, the fund that what we applied for, because the date for the PhD is today, the program that we're offering for free for local kids starts from Monday. So we've already, since I promoted it, since I read the agenda on Tuesday, on Wednesday night I thought it was fine, we've already got 21 slots taken. And I just, if you're interested, the grandparents who have been asked to look after children during the holidays, who cannot cope with their children, their mahuna for the whole time, and or have hospital appointments or something else that they have to do, and they need cover for their kids, there's no holiday program in play yet.
Okay, I'm just looking for the program. Because it relates to my next question, which is you've got here a venue hire for 7 days at $7,000. Does that seem like an appropriate?
No, it's code. That's not the community centre is not being asked to pay for that. That's the cost of that it would be if those kids were paying the entrance fee. So they're getting that for free. It's code. That's when you ask for your budget line. You say what would the venue cost? If those kids were paying the entrance fee for the venues, that's what it would cost. $1,000 a day at 40 kids per day. Yeah. Sorry, but with the staff and the other provisions around it, yes.
But you've also put in a line for a facilitated cost as well.
Yes, that's right.
Can I ask about the facilitators? Obviously, they're children. What qualifications do they have?
Well, I'm the leader of it, and I think secondary school teacher.
So you're a qualified teacher?
I'm a qualified teacher. I haven't taught for 25 years, but I've supervised other people's children throughout my life. And I spent 10 years in the country.
But I mean, there's legislation about vetting and.
That's right. So we do police vetting under the Bay of Islands Community Association. We maintain that, and the 2 people that I have working with us in this program are both
Expected in this under the children and young person.
Yes, they are. But the other thing about this program is that adults are allowed to stay with the children as well. So some parents will stay if they've got any concern about the children's behaviour, if they're people alcohol syndrome kids or ADHD or anything else. They're not excluded from the program, but we ask parents to stay with them. So it's not only the people that are the staff who are present.
Just on the finances thing, Jane, the agenda, we've got total cost of $1,500. That's the one for this application. The Legacy Lounge funding for this application was $5,000. So that's your business details of unsecured. Needed approval for this project, which is lounge, which is we have focused priority in the attending. Has that been resolved?
No, in fact, it hasn't been received. This agenda has to be prepared for 3 days before. So they can just meet. So in fact, it has to be relodged. And we decided not to lodge it again with focus failure until we have an idea of the numbers. Because if this funding didn't come through, it would jeopardise what we're doing.
So we have $5,000 for the interest. The total cost of the the total cost that you identified in the project application for $6,500. You have $5,000
Well, it's common, it's in kind. You asked for the budget, so the budget was 5,000 that would cost.
That's in kind, that's not cash.
No, it's because money for the 5 days. So that's 5,000 is the.
Sorry, I'm a bit confused. It says here, please list details of the funding.
Yeah.
Cash.
Yeah, well,
That's
it's
not
not,
cash, that's in kind.
it's not changing hands, it's in kind. So it's 5,000.
Okay. And you, when I did my math, now correct me if I'm wrong, you said 21 workshops from the 20 participants, and I worked out at 520. But now you've got only 21 spots taken so far.
So that's the zoning advertising Wednesday, and I'm talking about so yesterday. So this week's in final. No, this week's not the arts and crafts week. It's the whole program is running, but it's open to anybody and it's being paid. But it's now being advertised for next week for locals to be able to do it for free. Okay. Because the cost for anybody to get their kids, especially their grandchildren, anything for the holidays is prohibited.
Yeah.
So that's what we've asked for.
Jane, I'll let you deal with that. I just want to get some numbers out of the box. I think the idea's really. Later on, we're going to discuss the numbers. So just so that it's clear now, because you talked about 40 children for a day in your verbal presentation today.
That's what
But you talked about 420 kids in the application.
Because I've talked about what you said you would fund, which is 2,500. That covers 40 kids. That covers 40 kids for 2 full days. Versus if they were paying per session, because not everybody wants to leave their kids in all day. That's why it's divided into sessions. And not all kids want to do from 9 till 6. Right? So there's 40
children for 2 full days.
Yeah.
Would be covered by 2,500.
Yes, but that's 40 spots rather than 40 children. We probably
40 spots. Okay.
Because some of the kids will swap out after one session, so you end up with a lot more individuals being involved.
Got it. Thank you. Very
yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Right, thanks, Dave.
Thanks.
Moving on, we Shirley Speak Islands Country Music Festival.
No, it's Jasmine Blue.
Oh, it's May, isn't it? Oh, yeah, Miss Bristol.
No, it's not wrong.
Of course, it's all the same. Right, page 87 of your agenda.
I think it's a shuttle bus and some advertising. The shuttle bus actually gets us out of the loop with the police and means that people, if they're driving, they're on their bus and not driving. The advertising costs and things, programming, posters, and radio, which usually amounts to about, when we put the radio in, we do $6,000 with advertising, they give us 10,000. They buy $5,000 of radio advertising. They come back and say they give us 10,000. They put a whole lot more things in. I don't know. I don't know.
Question, I do have a question, Madam Chair. In the funding approval, Hub Charity, Line Foundation, and One Foundation, have any of those come through?
No. Line Foundation won't give us anything. They have no machines up here. They said that they're not out of the category for Line Foundation. Hub Charity, we haven't heard from them. They've got a meeting in 2 weeks. They did fund us for Country Rock. So we just hold out there and they will fund. And that's a bit like council. You might have $10,000 and it's the same.
Surely
moment where there's a lot of other landlords that are in these motels that don't supply rooms at all. I always ask for the boss's number and I give them them. I don't really, but they do, Pioneer does support. They have very good about, well, the venues that have accommodation have to supply 10 rooms anyway, so, straight away we've got 50 rooms. But we're needing something like about 86 issues of gas and blues.
The upside is
There's a lot of children in the jazz and blues.
you run it in the off-season.
It's only right. Yeah, the whole idea when they first, this is the 38th festival this year and my 35th. So the whole idea when it first started was in May and August, it was a school holiday, and they families in. Unfortunately for country rock, we were down because of the Brent Irwin. The colourful of motorhomes and all these things. Hopefully those valley.
How many people do you come along?
Usually about 1,700-1,800. It depends. Country rock, we usually have about 1,400, and this year we're down to 800. That's the real. Only Catherine knows the excitement I get when she says, "Oh, you bring it home." I mean, for us, every $100 is a bonus. For me, every $100 is a bonus. If I don't have it, it's out of my pocket, not anybody else's. The venues, they have to supply 10 rooms plus $2,000 to help pay for the sound and things like that.
Those rooms, they would predominantly go to artists.
Yes, only to people, the artists.
There's the venue,
Yeah, they make up those 10 rooms by selling food and drink. But we've only got, we've got 3 venues that have no accommodation.
Do they contribute?
They contribute in money to buy rooms from those venues. Because they want to sell the rooms, so they don't want to get into any rooms either.
Any question I have for you is, half the
Many years. So don't come back.
They tell me don't come back, but I come back because I think why not? And the council does get a lot of money off us. Every badge they sell at the outside, they take money.
And the Williams Road funding they get from the Shanghai, we've come up to 87 people in Williams Road.
I'll be back.
Well done.
Now we'll move on to Bruce McGregor for close.
Honeyfield is a fellow trustee. She might like to speak as well, if that's okay.
Yeah, you can, but you've got to come forward.
Thank you.
Hi, Bruce.
Hi, Kira.
Joan Honeyfield.
I'm chair of the Bay Islands Creative Charitable Trust. Joan's a fellow trustee. First of all, I would like to say thank you
Now that really represents child rights are sold around about $5. A couple would come in, one telephone. So round about, I would say 5,000 to 6,000 people were on the trail in 2010. With the hiatus caused by COVID and things like that, we at our last meeting decided that we would extend the concept outside of the Kerry area. So we introduced the name of the Islands-Whangaroa Trail, and it's now covering the far north, which means that in the future we will be able to approach other boards outside of the Whangaroa area. We'd quite like if the, considering the financial constraints, if folks could consider bringing our 3,000 up to the community rate that we are paying for the use of the services.
Which funding number I believe would have been in the application.
Yeah.
795.
Yes. Yes. We're really excited because in this year, over the Labor weekend, we've extended the exhibitions to run over 4 days. We have representations, again, indicative of the fact that we are now a far north event. We have representatives from Russell to Rawene and Kokula to Taipa and Honolulu. So these are artist representatives who have not had an opportunity to display their work in a forum like this for since pre-COVID. Over 100 artists are going to be participating in this program, which is a pretty impressive number because they are all far north artists and who will not otherwise, because as you know, it's very, very tough to run a gallery in our lovely part of the world. The economics are prohibitive. So this event, the Coast event, represents for artists a unique experience to be able to show and display their art. The purpose for the art hub that the Turner Center would represent is to allow artists who do not have studio space to be able to show their art. And I'm just going to point around here. These are all community artists showing in this space. What we're asking for is using the event hall underneath us for this event to be able to accommodate actually upward of 25 to 30 different artists in that space. So that's the thrust of this application. There is the addition of the cinema advertising. There's no question that in this sort of world we need to talk to people about the event and let them know that it's happening. Cinema advertising is probably a really, really good sort of vehicle for communicating, in particular to our immediate community in front of them, so that they will be as stewards of the terrific collection of art we use.
I'd just like to add that the trail is actually really commercially quite valuable for the community. The number of people that come in from outside the area because of the attraction over the Labor weekend, quite significant. So while there is some return to those artists who are lucky enough to have it made a sale or two, the broader community benefits as well. So it's really how exposing art in a way that makes it work for the wider community as well. That's local businesses, hospitality, you name it. They all benefit from that. Part of our funding strategy, traditionally we had sold Islands when it was under the old Coast Incorporated Society. And being a charitable trust, can't So still need to generate some funds. So we're offering a raffle, which we'll sell by the raffle, get a free car. And fortunately, some local businesses are stepping up and providing us with something.
So we clearly have a diversified funding base. There's no single entity that's underwriting all of it. We acknowledge the fact that we are working on a, as I say, a diversified funding. The specific target here is a very significant linchpin on investment in being able to have this Turner Center and full creative hub available to artists who might not otherwise be. Yeah. Questions?
Sorry, I'm going to have to do this to everyone. It's just financial prudence, so please just understand. You've got 5 funding applications in totaling 45,509. They're all marked pending at the time of submitting the application.
Yes, they're not all pending at this
So where are we up to with those?
Just interrupting you, and I think we've got data in front of you. I think we've got the first 2 are yeses, and the 4th was a yes. Is that correct? And
Was that dark print, is it?
Yeah.
Slightly darker.
We're looking around.
Put your spectacles on. Slightly darker.
Very
So
good.
are we still pending from COGS and forwards?
Yes, that's correct.
So it's pending Oxford?
No, COGS. COGS was
Oh, that's approved. That's Northern Event Fund is approved. But we're still waiting pub charity and.
No, COGS and forwards.
The only 2 that are pending are COGS.
We're going to have to change the colour format, maybe. I can't read.
I had to look hard.
Okay, thank you.
So 2 pending, $10,000 from COGS and 5,983 from forwards.
I will spend some time perusing this at the depot, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Elaine.
CRT.
If I sit here and make a decision, I have to say that.
Understood. As with all of these numbers, what we know is how many, probably 6,000 to 8,000 visitors.
In the 2019 trail, in the raffle slip that we ran that year, we, got the information. So we had 3,000 copies. We had a definite 3,000 visitors. But as I said, quite often it was one trail guide for a couple.
By definition, you did not each have to have it, unlike the garden safari, where you have to have an individual ticket for each one, trail guides went to groups. So,
I'm not arguing.
okay, but no, sorry, I just wanted to clarify that there's a multiple.
I just wondered,
Wow, that's a legitimate question. I'm no research person. I'm thinking about how I would answer
As
it.
a community board member, I can say, do we want to support the arts, and that's good. But if I really went down and was my pedantic self, I'd say, how many artists are you with involved?
Oh, and that I have, the artists, in excess of 100, we have signed up.
Not a lot of people. In our entire community, we're going to do something for just 100 people. It's not. So there has to be some other benefit. That's why I asked the question. How many people you brought in? I'm not disparaging the 100 artists.
No, I think that's a question, how you look and perceive art in the community as part of the community's culture and how that culture is expressed.
I'm the hidden.
That's okay. So, there's a philosophy behind how art features in one's culture. And if you think about previous civilizations and cultures, what are the records that we judge them on? We judge them on express themselves artistically, out of that mass, there's always some highlights down through history, great artists. So we have an youth art program happening next year where they will be involved in the trail. Those students who go in, their representations for the scholarship that we're planning becomes part of their NCA qualification. So we're sort of, as a charitable trust, we're really trying to get out into
the other thing that I would raise. Thank you. Okay.
Do the artists sell their art?
Yes, they
pay
no. They pay a fee to be on the trail. They don't pay a commission.
They don't pay a commission back to
No. So for instance, our artist pays $110. A gallery and the 6 galleries in the north pay $225. The Kapiti Art Trail, $225 for an artist, but all of their admin funding is covered through the trust and the local council now. So we do it all, basically.
I answered my question. You asked about youth. Yes, youth involved this year in some way, or is this a future plan?
We couldn't get the scholarship and what have you in place this year, but definitely next year there will be a youth scholarship and prize. It was about getting schools coordinated and the curriculum.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I put in an apology? Linda, I need to make a correction. I think that I put Tyler and wrong in answering one of the questions, just so I can be really clear, because I don't want them to be misinformed.
Is it in relation to the financial?
Yes.
So be very clear on that now.
Yeah, so when I said, so you're asking about the price per day, the thing is, the venue we're using, you need to understand that there's a lot of prompts and there's a lot of stuff that's going to be used as part of the program. That's all being considered integral. So normally people will access the space, it's $20 per person per session. So that's why if you get to 40, you automatically get to 800. So you're saying, is it reasonable? Because we didn't do very well at describing the experience, people getting access to a huge collection of Kiwiana and arts and crafts. The other thing is that it took over 7 days to prepare the program, and that's part of what's been costed in with the Port Koha. That's all of those entrance fees are being waived at. So when the 5,000 is changed hands, is that the children are not being charged the $20 per entrance. That's being delivered by the Legacy Lounge. And then the $25 per kid per session is actually for the consumables that they use within the program. Okay? Does that clarify for you? Because otherwise I understand it does sound a bit.
Yeah, it does sound
very helpful. Thank you. And you're invited to see the lounge because you'll be mind blowing about what's in it for you. Yeah.
Right, moving on. We have nothing else.
Yeah, I'm online.
Page 129. If you'd like to come over here, we can see you on the camera.
Sorry, Mark, not yet. Please mute. Won't be long.
I'm just here to support my healing here. Around noa te ti, nā te rehia. Just go up ahead today, take me back to the 60s, late 60s, when we used to help my mum make PPE for our school. And I'm here, and so I believe for me is the journey that just realising my mum's vision is still alive. My dad was a minister, and having a love for our people, and also for our mokupunas. What we're doing, trying to do is install some tikanga, so they know who they are. Because a lot of our kids are just connected with all these devices, so we're trying to bring them back down to reality in a nice way. Not like the old days when we used to get no, that's bad. So my role really, when our boss is not here, he's Maui, and so we're delivering the message. I'm here to just be playful. My role in the group is to be just play the guitar. Obviously, I'm holding it, and a lot of our kids, mokupunas, whether it be Pākehā, Māori, whatever, they're all my mokupuna to me. Just basic things of learning how to sing, the sound of music that colours all those voices, and just creating their waiwa and to connect them with the identity. So a lot of them don't even know their marae, their maunga, their whakapapa and all that. We can teach them through music, kapahaka, through our reo. And one thing I do know, the maunga, the awa, the marae, they know them. So from us, it's just it's worth the effort. Worth the effort to nurture our community. So we've been travelling around the rohe of Aotearoa, to Oromahoe, to Waimate, Springbank Pool, Riverview. It doesn't matter what school it is. Somehow or another, Matodi snuck in there somewhere. And Colorado College. But my forte is around Wakama. And you heard that saying, hitting a waka, hitting a pangaka. That's why I bring the people in together under one waka. We go the same direction. Teach them all they need to work together and all that. It's no different to our own people. We need to work together, get a result. Anyhow, I'll speak too much.
To row the same waka. My daughter's favourite down there. So, aroha mai koutou. Mano anui matariki koutou katoa. It's like Danny had said, our boss is sick today, and that happens to be my daughter, and I chucked her speech down on the ground because he has already said that. He's covered it all, and that's what we are doing. For our kuras, there's quite a few, there's 10 kuras in the Ngāti Rehia or Ngāti Rehia, so the purpose is to manaki ngā tangata, our kuras, and our whānaus i roto tērā rote. Whāna mā tēnei te mihi kia koutou, who have already spoken. He mihi, he mihi. So I won't have...
Are you happy to answer any questions, bearing in mind it's not your...
Go on, give it to us, we'll try. I won't do his speech, because it's really big. Kia ora koe. Kia ora whaia. Kia ora. Oh, shit up, koe.
Just a little it's pretty soon coming up for this festival.
It's fun.
I know.
Whoa.
I know. And obviously, our councillor here will ask this question, so I'm going to ask it on her behalf. Obviously, you've asked for quite a significant
Yeah.
And we have a very short time frame to go before your event. What plans do you have, as you understood we can't grant everything to everybody? What plans do you have to get the event going?
Well, I'll go back because we started it last year.
But this is the second year.
This is the second year. Because it's going to be ongoing to the different putters. You know, so, and we got broke last year. Money. So we used our own money last year to get this happening, because it needed to be done, and it happened beautifully. So this year we were trying to help whoever the hosting school is to minimize the cost on their, because you know our schools, like everything else, got no dollars. So hence why they significant. This is the only funding we've applied for that one.
Because it is such a big event that, you know, we have a major events fund. So that's sort of, so that's the sort of ideal, but I thought it's too short notice now.
Yeah.
It's in September.
Unfortunately, the timing is not good. Our events investment fund is open now, just open on the 4th. Closes on the 18th of August, but our decisions are not made till the week of 6th of September. And it's just, your event is August the 30th, so you just miss out, you dip out. And saying that, you could be on the next year if you do it now. But if not, you need to apply next year for the following expiry year.
Because that fund has a larger year.
The one in September.
Yeah, and it is for the type of event, which is such a big event.
So
which is an equity we need to community.
The process really, James. Yeah. So council's annual plan, new financial year is 30th of June every year. And if that annual plan line item, that dollar figure for the events investment fund is approved, then Catherine opens up for applications. So it's a matter of timing. Opens in July, closes August. We make our decisions usually really mid-September at the latest. So it is a timeline process. You need to all stick it in your diaries if you're running big events. Carly's already written down. So yeah, unfortunately, that's not the timing for you this round, this year, but please take notice.
And it's certainly suitable for the bigger events, significant events. Yeah.
Well, I pray to the heavens that unfortunately they get into a place that, maybe.
Yes, I've got a question. I'm just going to pose another way of looking at this. So a lot of the price that, a lot of what you've asked for today is capital. Yeah. So it's the marquee, stage, and then a shipping container so you can store all this equipment. And it seems to me that there might be 51 weeks in the in a container or not. We get a lot of these applications, and I'm wondering if there's merit in people pooling their resources and having something that's portable, so that we've got a stage and all the equipment that sits in the container, and this week it's yours, next week it's another. Really happy group who are doing something else over here, and we can ship it around the district, and we can get a bang for our bucks if we had something that we could all share. I just
Well, it's understood. Setting a marquee in every village, it doesn't get you a lot. We need to look at being one more.
We could get a much better, stronger marquee that would last, and it's just a communal asset that gets, I think I'm making sense.
Yeah, you're right. That question is correct. We looked at, I know you're waiting to, but you have to wait for the lady for me to answer. Really? Because you're paying, sorry.
I think
she's got her priorities. Because, we're having this kapahaka, ngākere here kapahaka ahurei. It'll be at Whiti Ora Marae in Titi every year. So we looked at it, if any of our schools, this is not for just us, any of the schools wanted to use that, it's there. So it's not going to sit
even our community, Wakaama, there, being Tanata Katoa, wanting to use it, it's right there.
I want to make sure that I'm instructing this one.
Depending on the size of the marquee and how long it's up for it, actually, sometimes they need a building. So I just put that out there because I wouldn't want anyone to get an unpleasant surprise. Take it down. Okay.
If I remember, this used to be run at Kerry Primary. And are the schools being asked to pay?
No, hence why this initial costing. The initial costing is for each school.
What about, I gather, I think one school was designated as a host.
Yes, so each school, of course, would need to do something for, well, being the host. But we're not getting each school to pay for anything. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. When I go through.
It's just like looking at what I, they would have to provide a cup of tea. But there's still a costing on the school.
When I go through, similar to Anne, if I took out all the capital items, Koha and whatever, it's a significant amount of the money that's invested. But that's all right. Thank you.
Sorry. No, you were talking about koha. You know, with the Māori wardens.
Yeah.
When I look at our, taumata, kaumatua, we go not just in our own rohe, we go outside, and they're using their own petrol. So, kei kone maka te whakamahi, whakahoatu ngā koha I roto tērā mahi. In the Māori wardens, normally their pahi is voluntary. So for us to manaki them in some way.
Bruce.
Yes, I had a granddaughter who was at Tura and I followed the Kamahaka. It was fantastic. But they had all the activities at schools, using their halls. And so I see these my kids wondering, why can't you
we looked at it because one of the things that the principal had said, what a great idea to have it on our marae. It's piti order into tea. And they're not interrupting the rest of the school. Only because the ones that are performing kapahaka, so the children. Hey? Seniors. It is pretty.
But there's nothing better than having it on your marae.
Yeah.
Especially if you're joining to the sea. Yeah. No, the spiritual connections through that wine, going into Waitangi. All our tupunas are flowing through there. Up to the Aomaranga Tira, which comes up to Riverview. All those kids know the stories about that now. The maunga over in Mataka, it's changed a lot of life. And we just want to be able to sustain it. And it's not just for us. You see, the Wakaama is very busy. Come summer, we're going to be running the Pearl of the North, which is one of the best regattas in New Zealand, over in Tapuatai, with pre-national and pre-world. Starting next week, I'll be starting a novice with introducing new paddlers kids in a safe environment on Lake Manua. So, it's going to be used. And people know Māoris like Dorothy before the marae or whatever it is. That's all the truth. Keep an eye on those things, of course.
Ronnie has one last question.
Kia ora,
I listened to the kūpapa. It has the essence of Aotearoa. Sure that I'm heading in the right direction. Because when I look at it, the sustainability of your mātauranga and the hapu, the sustainability of areas like capture your way up, you see what your moko from the people celebrating Māti Reiki is offering to what it can.
Ari, excellent questions for you. We will make our decision later in the day, and when I think Catherine will notify you.
I know she's well, thanks dear. So, I'll do the end of my daughter's speech, sorry. And she says, "Mā tōroro me tōku roro, ka ora te iwi. From your support and our mahi, we can achieve things for our people." Thank you for bringing guitar and bringing some music and life into our lecture. That's
I will be less than 5 minutes.
Sorry?
I will be less than 5 minutes.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Are you all right, Tanya, to go now?
Yeah. And I'll be less than 5 minutes.
It's all yours. Must have been me.
Yeah.
Fly away.
My name is Tanya Sigley, and I'm with so June has been running for this is our 11th year. 3 of those years we have been operating due to COVID and restrictions with heavy events. This year we've been now sort of away from the integrate more into a community group. In Russell we have a lot of clubs, we have a lot of community groups that we all volunteer and spend a lot of our time. So we're focusing on the Birdman event this year on our clubs. And you'll see we've got the tennis club, we've got the Waka Arma, we've got the bowling club, sports club, all the groups involved. So our event is on Saturday the 8th of July and we are pretty much ready to go. My application was based around some of the print advertising. We spent that money, so I'll just say to Catherine, we can withdraw that. Probably looking going forward, and yes, I forgot about the majority, the big event fund, but going forward, if you would please consider 500, happy to get any sort of funding paid towards that and going forward. This year we had 10 events operating on the beach. We have a plan B if the weather doesn't come right, but we're pretty much ready to rock and roll. We're not doing a lot of things. Just asking questions about money. Usually last time they cost us about $16,000. Most of that is taken up with council road closures. Someone mentioned about a Christmas post costing $5,000 to close the road for an hour. So that's the sort of cost that we're taking as community groups. And assurances, we have assurances, otherwise farm holdings will not allow us to jump in the school. So these all these things we can do consider being compliant with the health and safety. So yeah, so any consideration, Birdman, we're not expecting big numbers. On average, we would have about 3,500 to 5,000. We use that through vote coming out with full of those slides. Share last year figures with us around the abatements. We won't get that this year. We're lucky if we're going to get 500 people to run. Because we've not had the marketing machine at the back. We've had 3 years of going out to our community who are very, very helpful to us. But yeah, so that's what comes to the community.
Facebook advertising.
Yeah, we're free. It's great. Yeah, great. Yeah.
Can I just ask Sarah, which one of these did you say?
So I've got 3 prints. 3 bigger ones. And yeah, 3. So a lot of the other $500 I've known that there are we came to our community group. So that money is pretty much tagged now. But it's the website.
This is the one you're looking for?
Yeah, so the website she's got 3. So any contribution would be great.
Page 189, I'm just looking at the breakdown there. So I can share that.
185. Yeah. Right.
You need your money for about.
Got the like presentation. So we don't make any money. It's purely just a great experience for us. It's free. And it's totally free. I even let the kids.
You mentioned that we've got lots of. Perhaps you'd actually tell us, what the schools do and how schools.
Oh yeah, so for school, every year we get the kids to do their birdman artwork. So we've got about 60 holes with bird stuff that they've created over the last couple of weeks. So that's their carving discipline towards the end of the term. This term is gone. Walk around, they're doing 3 kind of lights up just to give people those experiences. Yeah. That's okay.
Yes, I just wanted to share how much the community and the kids
got
involved in your kids.
And the sponsors on the back, we've doubled that just through in-kind donations. We've had no cashes. Usually we get $2,000 or $3,000 from the big guys, but just money through time, we reach part of the community and we're on that as well. But yeah, all right.
It was around sponsorship.
Yeah. So, yeah.
So they still go off the wall?
Yeah, it's all just subject to the weather conditions. There's one it might south north easterly, so that's fine. But yeah, jumping walk, we build a ramp. We actually build to get how the harness over the kinds of we'll build a proper ramp. Final hole come and inspect it on Friday afternoon. How many jumpers? We've got 10. Well, we might not have 10 Saturday, which is good, that's enough.
I think so.
Next year, Jane.
I appreciate your event this week.
Yeah.
But I don't see any reference to council funding, and obviously you can very compliant today. I think this is the last community board meetings. The most common thing I hear is we pay all these rates and we get. So if I had $1 every time I can get, we'd be able to fund everything. I would like people moving forward to start recognising that there's a rates contribution in every event that the community board sponsors.
Yeah, on the website, I'm slapping all over the website.
I think I still got you guys' logo from a couple of years ago. Throw that up. Yeah, no, great. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Right, next up we have Mark Roney online. Mark is online. Tomato Marai, page 156.
Yeah.
So you'll hear his voice there, and that's where his screen. If you want to put him as a big screen,
Rhonda, can you please add Mark? Thank you.
Can you see that?
Can you see me? Okay, bye. Should I start?
So Mark, you've got 5 minutes to address us.
Oh, okay, very good. Well, kia ora whanau. My name is Mark Rainey. I'm one of the marae representatives for Taimara Marae. Taimara Marae is one of the 7 marae that make up Ngāti Kahuki Whangaroa, which is the rohe of Whangaroa. Today I'm requesting on behalf of Taimara Marae a figure of $2,482 for assistance and travel costs for many urban Māori who are based in Auckland to travel to the far north to compete in the Piri Mokana Cup. So to start off with, the Piri Mokana Cup is one of the annual events held at the Kaiō Showgrounds around Labour Weekend. Piri Mokana was one of the rangatira of Whangaroa and held great mana within the rohe. Due to the funding that I'm requesting is for many descendants of Ngāti Kahu who live in Auckland, and because of the whole cost of living crisis and the pressures of everyday living, many Māori can't return to their papakainga to compete because of this. And so I applied last year for funding for team uniforms, but I came back with a negative because it was too much and there was other problems with it. So they told me this year to apply for fuel costs because that is something that's quite achievable. And the flow effects of competing is that we have food stalls and it has a wider reach to many of the other whānau who reside in the papakainga or around the rohe, and is a very enjoyable day for all who attend. On a side note, the netball uniforms and rugby uniforms were fundraised successfully via raffles by us, but the cost of petrol is around about 2,400. I've done a spreadsheet here that I've shared. That's the basic outline of how it works. I've done the price of petrol per litre, distance travelled, mileage, and then the number of whānau who roughly will be attending is around 14 from us, and that totals $2,000 and $2,002. And then the rugby equipment and netball equipment is totals the cost of $480. So all up, it's $2,482 that I'm applying for. Any questions?
Thanks, Mark. Questions? Yes, I'll start with Anne.
The obvious one is that it is a requirement of any project that the applicant pays half.
Yep. So what I did in the initial quote was the cost of uniforms and petrol, and that total figure of around 6,100. But all we want is the fuel costs be paid for, because we should be able to manage our own uniforms this year.
Mark, if the community board was not in a position to fund the entire amount, and actually look at the number of whānau travelling from Auckland to contribute a cost, do you see that being a significant barrier and would stop them coming?
Yeah, because a lot. Well, I'm not too sure, but I assume it would be, because a lot of whānau with is around $140 return from Auckland to the far north just for one weekend. So it's quite a lot of money.
It is a lot of money. I get that. Thank you.
Yeah. I can't hear you. Oh,
No, I'm just asking, are there any other questions there?
oh okay.
Somebody else needs to start asking the hard questions. I'm not the meanie.
Ask now, even if you try not to ask a lot of questions. Just in relation to the uniforms,
Yep.
are they donated to the players?
No, they keep those marae, not merchandise, but equipment that we retain within the marae. So they get repeatedly used year after year.
Thank you. And you managed to fundraise to purchase uniforms, you're saying, so you're not going to not have uniforms?
We got a whole strip of netball uniforms this year from fundraising. The rugby is still in a work in progress because it's a bit more. It's a larger amount because it's 15 on a team compared to 7. So yeah, but we should be able to manage some sort of funds for it out of the Marae Committee account or something along those lines.
That's pretty flash. Russell and Waitangi have these regular things and they just have bibs. And it's quite funny seeing the guys running around with their bibs on, but they don't have face uniforms.
Yeah. Oh, it's just the uniforms were quite traditional in the colours and all that. That's why we tried to maintain the whole ethos of making sure that the traditional uniforms were made. I can show you a link here. Here it is here. This is what they look like. Oh wait, no, that's not it. It's this one here. So here it is here. Okay, maybe it's not. I can't find it. I'll just skip that. I did have it somewhere, but I won't. Time is money.
What are the colours?
Green and dark blue. Dark blue represents Taimata Moana, which is the sea, and the green represents the Ngahere, which is Whakangi, the mountain of Whakangi, which is behind Taimata Bay. It is.
There's no further questions, Mark, so we'll make a decision later today.
Cool. That's great. Thank you for your time. Ngā mihi kia koutou, kia koe rangatira, o tira tātou te whānau, nō re huri no tēnā tātou katoa.
It looks like a lucky last speaker of the day. Morning. Maureen has been actively jumping around in the background there. Trust. On page 165.
Oh, cool. I was waiting for you to say my surname. Only because people know me. Kia ora whānau. Obviously I'm not Beth Hiramaya today. You're stuck with me. I'm Maureen Hey. Kia ora whānau. I was born Maureen Roundhill. So Peter Roundhill and my mum Barbie Roundhill. I grew up in Wetua. I was one of those kids that used to play on the local toilets because it was always locked. But we made fun. So I was raised in an environment where I just played sports, represented Northland for whatever sport you can imagine, soccer for New Zealand, all of that kind of stuff. So at 17, I realised filling in a piece of paper was, are you Māori or are you European? I couldn't juggle that. So as an 18-year-old, I went away. I returned home. Overseas, I was corporate insurance. I did 17 years in Sydney as a corporate insurance brown. I came home 9 years ago, and where's my place? So where is my place? I was just like, why am I whānau unhealthy? Why is this? So I took on senior roles with the DHB, with the Ministry of Health, with Māori service providers, and in that 4-year space, I realised my role was improving here. So my realm on that side, I suppose, why I'm telling you this is because Beth's not here because she's looking after her moko. Mata Rod's not here because he's got the flu. So I'm here today
In my private space, I do have a social enterprise where I opened a whaiora, oranga facility with my husband, who's 20 years in the police force. He's Pacifica, and he just got a new position today in training police. So we've been up here in a span of time. So I know we've got like 2 minutes left. So I know that you've got my whakaaro here and my information. And this has definitely been around the kōrero that I've been given and asked of from our whānau in the community, in our community. And last one being Nana. So our people are dying young. Māori people died 12 years before non-Māori. Pacifica 10 years before non-Māori. What are we doing about that? Doctors are tired, they are aging, hospitals are packed, and it's foreseeable there'll be no room in our hospitals by 2025. We spend more time on the marae, farewelling our loved ones. This Saturday, we bury my 51-year-old cousin, and I'm 50. She meant so much to our community, and aroha if I feel like aggressive, I promise I love. I'm caring and I'm fun. She raised the village. She was a kaiako, a teacher, a mentor at Kirikiri Primary in Te Whakatūporanga, our bilingual unit. Yes, we have a shortage of doctors and we need more places of healing. And we can offer a place. With your support, with your tautoko, with your support, we can effect change immediately, increase the lifespan of our older population, give them quality of life, movement, physical activity, inclusion, kōrero, reducing injuries from falls. We can develop some athletes and athletic ability so they can then hop into our waka. In 3 years' time, we're going to host a local event showcasing our whānau right here in this little here. So I know today I come to you as Whangaroa Bay of Islands. Yes, over here in my private space, I deliver nutrition programs over in Kaikuhe, because that's the mahi that I do. On this side of the world, we are a social enterprise, we don't get paid, but that's just my space. And then I think you already know that every month we definitely do plan to have poi making, whānau come in, which is really important. So there's going to be a theme every month that we'll be delivering. Flex weaving, but it's just getting our whānau reconnected and connected in a safe environment. We need more places of healing whānau. Thank you. Oh, and I did bring it before I put this here. This is obviously $1 by me. This is what we'll be celebrating. I'll have my back to you. Chicken, there's protein, there's vegetables. I thought it was a bribe. Close down McDonald's and we'll have a bribe. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah. How do you see yourself becoming self-sustaining in the future?
How the time this program?
Financially self-sustaining.
Absolutely. So we're asking you pretty much for seed funding, I would say, because it's an actual program that we can deliver and we can wrap it up and we can then deliver it over in Moeroa. We can then deliver it up into Hiku. So that's what we need today for your tautoko and Whānau Official Council to support the kouta. And how can it be sustainable? Anō. When I talk about the poi and flax weaving, the whānau that are going to come to this environment, they're ex-doctors, they're midi whānau, they've got knowledge, mātauranga. So we are already sustainable in the environment anyway. So this was, yeah. So does that answer your question?
Do you think this is a one-off funding activity?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And you've done a lot in the last, I looked at your last year's financial reports as well as that you presented, and you've increased your capacity significantly, haven't you?
We're doing a full-time attainment program at the moment, so we're doing a metabolic nutrition training right now because of the program at Kaiko's just gone off. So we've brought in more to support more mātauranga to be able to build diet and deliver it.
What support do you get from the government agencies?
First and foremost, we started a program with husband working, normal working.
Does that Kata Ora or the
Not yet.
Mana Ora or MSD, do they support you?
They will do. Yeah. Yeah, but they will because they're the conversations that are starting to come up now.
Yeah. So your seed funding will hopefully help you get these other people.
Yeah, the seed funding is just purely for this COPA program, most definitely to get our older people and our koe kaumatua there and the whānau that are looking after them in a safe environment. I think that answers your question. Yeah, but with our taonga oranga space, yeah, we're doing nutrition programs, we're doing whakaakiri programs already, we're supporting our community. But this was more, yeah. And then obviously from here, it's because I've had conversations with Tere Nainga here who has a van, and then you've got the Whangaroa who has a van. So they bring our koe kamata into town now anyway. So they're just waiting, yeah. They're waiting for more to take a breath. Deliver it. Stay healthy. More questions?
Hi.
I probably wrote if I don't get funding here, it's what we've always done anyway. So it's a kaupapa that's been asked for by our community. And I was asked to deliver it on a marae space, but as I just outlined, our marae are busy, very busy. This is a kaupapa that we need to deliver absolutely every week because it's around movement, and if you don't use it, you lose it. So with our older population, it's to help them to strengthen. So we're doing it now anyway, you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, and this was probably just my step forward to say, yeah, to come and make the council.
There's a rental space.
Yeah, absolutely. So when I say a place of healing, it's a whare oranga that's set up already with mats. It's gone through the health and safety procedures. It meets.
Where is that?
In Manukau, in Kirikiri. Yeah, in this location, under your division. Oh, sorry, Kirikiri, Manukau. Kirikiri, sorry.
Queen.
Yes. Yeah, they were part of the bill.
Yes.
Thanks for your patience.
Absolutely.
Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora mai tātou, could I just quickly ask a question? Are you all okay if I was to put it on our community board Facebook page?
Oh,
Of course.
oh, we're famous. Tēnā koe whaia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There were a couple of people still waiting, I believe, to address us. Barbara? Yeah. Time bank?
Yes,
Yes, come forward.
even though we finished. What about the? Okay.
Page 172 and 278 in the original.
Thank you for adding me to the list.
Welcome. 5 minutes, Barbara.
Yes, starting now. It's an unusual task for me to get something. So I'm going to speak to my script. Tora konta tata. Ko aukste maunga, ko tanyu te awa, no te amana aho. Ko belga to pitano, ko baba to inwa, and ko keri aho in Obana. My name is Barbara Belga, and I'm here to speak on the occupations submitted by Donna King, who is the funding manager at the Eco Centre Kaitaya, the Pokapua Kitaya or the Taitokara Trust. I'm the local timeline coordinator for Keri and Whangaroa, and I'm also wearing the hat of someone who has over 20 years experience in health and mental health. It may seem a little bit odd to speak about altruism. However, we live in a time of deep unrest, I think, and massive changes and economic and environmental crisis. It seems appropriate to me to speak about just that. Altruism has a deeply stress-reducing factor, and in other words, it feels good to do good. Time banking gives altruism a framework where skills or talents can be contributed within a service exchange system where everyone is worth the same. We all have something of value to share with others, and if we hold such values as reciprocity, community, and caring in mind. I could have actually, before we get off the script, literally every one of the wonderful presentations I listened to at the end would have a place in Time Bank, and a lot of problems that people at the moment have would actually be solved, knitting and I'll get to that at the end. Let me just get back to my script, sorry. We have organizational members in the likes of Transition Town, Farmers Resilient Communities Trust, and we have over the years created events such as regular crop swaps. Who here has heard of our crop swaps? Nobody has heard of Time Bank either?
Oh, yes, Time Bank.
Yes?
We have done Time Bank.
Yes, right. Yes, and she came up, our first crop swaps to actually learn with us. Yeah. So we have gardening clubs, children's gardening clubs, which was funded by people. Thank you very much. And we have regular fairs and markets. So I currently also help look after the repair cafe in Kaikoura. Repair cafe means people bring their allegedly broken stuff, and it gets repaired by people who just love fixing things. Like myself, I love fixing things. The repair cafe in Kaikoura takes place inside the Pioneer Village, which combines the best of both worlds. So people come, and while their items are being with a stroll around the museum village. It creates activities and it creates beautiful stories of connection, and it keeps stuff out of landfill, which we're all about. Handbank organizational members can also be places or venues like the Eco Hub in Mayo, and also at times people's private homes if they become hosts for events, and that even time credits in exchange. At the moment, I'm connecting with the Farmer District Libraries, in particular with the Proctor Library, to see how we can connect our group up. And I would love to connect to some of the groups that I've learned today as well, to get them into time. So the application we sent in, or Donna sent in, was mainly for a community notice board. Our word gets out. If you have heard about handbank planning, you may have seen our social media campaigns. Social media, we have a website. That's one way to keep people informed. We do, however, need a physical notice board where timeline offers and requests and event posters and notification can neatly and safely be displayed. And the wider public, those who we actually like to keep away from phones and screens, can be reached. So there are many stories to share about how real human connections came about through time banking. I'm just going to share just one of them. That quote: I settled in Kaitaia in December 2018 from Auckland, a retired mechanical engineer. I wanted to do something useful with my time and contribute to society. I discovered Time Bank while browsing things to do in Kaitaia. I decided that this is perfect for me, and I became a Time Bank member in 2019. I have now helped many people doing various projects and met many wonderful people. Now I have many good friends, and I have interesting things that I can do. I'm actually happier in Kaitaia than I was in Auckland. Recent articles in New Zealand Herald, we had a couple of our coordinators connecting to journalists, and they wrote articles about us. I'm happy to forward those to you if it's of any interest. There's also a blog on our website with interesting stories, and hopefully the interesting stories can also just be displayed in a notice board that you can. Later, he whakatauki mau tātou katoa. He aha te mea nui o te ao, he tangata, he tangata, he tangata. So I'd like to personally, my interest is in putting people at the center of our daily actions. And the founder of Time Banking, Edgar Khan, said, we all have something. We have what we need if we use what we have. And thank you for listening, and I hope our application will be successful. And I'd love to answer questions. I don't know where you are at with your knowledge about time banking.
Well, thanks, Barbara. Questions for Barbara? I feel like I go first.
No, I'll try. So just looking at your funding application, can I just clarify what you are asking for? Wages. That's the cost of the notice.
The notice board is my main.
So that's $700.
Yeah.
So $39. That's a physical notice board.
It's a physical notice board that can go wherever we are. At the moment, we would put it in a location that's easily accessible. If it has a glass pane and it can be locked, I think it's important that it's tidy, that it's not just some notice boards very quickly, but messy, I think, and then they lose color, the posters lose color.
Somewhere to put it, the green where you can.
Yeah, yeah.
The venue for it. Because the worry with paying wages, as you can imagine, is what happens when that funding runs out. You know, it's very, if you pay money for people's wages, then the risk that this person, people may not have jobs once the funding runs out. That's, I guess, something on the flag.
Yeah, very rightly. So we get paid a minimum. We have a couple of hours that we get paid. Yeah, in my case. And
as you can imagine, we spend a lot more time. So every time I submit an invoice to the trust, then I can add how many hours I've done to be paid in time bank hours. That adds to that. So this is where I believe time bank is actually an ideal response, especially at the moment when we say there are lovely ideas and lovely volunteer projects, and they all depend on funding. You have a place that where you can actually record your times, one hour of your time is 1 hour of my time, without creating and without asking for an immediate exchange. You know, it's not like I've got something for you, but you have to do something for me. It just sits in the time bank website, you know, hours. And then you scroll through the requests or offers that there are. We just merged to a new website, so we have an app now. And then you say, okay, I've got time. 20 time bank hours. Somebody's offering, I don't know, massage, or he's good at painting houses, or coming to music festivals, or whatever. And then I can go and ask for that with my time bank hours. Perfect.
Just a couple of housekeeping ones, and I'm wondering if it's our form that's including people. So this form is specific, and you can look over my shoulder. This form is specific to your application, right? And it says here, please list details of all of the funding including this project. Just this project. And over here, it's got Lottery Commission approved 16,960. I don't think they gave you $16,000 for a sign outdoor notice board.
No, and again, Mrs. Thomas, I'm the coordinator and the activity and event organizer. I look after the I believe that this is the totality of the trust fund that you're looking at. So out of that would come.
No, that's right. I get that. I think I'm just really put it out.
Yeah.
And we get a lot of confusion from people here.
Yeah.
Because I'm sitting here trying to do something for it. Obviously, this is ratepayers' money, and everything gets audited and released by the auditor general. Yes. High financial prudence. So I read this and it said, well, it's been given $16,900. Asking for $759. I guess that's just an education.
Yeah.
The other thing is that your organisation, and it's not your person, has been successful in getting a lot of money in the past from different communities. It's a requirement that a project is submitted.
Yes.
But you still those? No, they haven't been submitted. So we actually need everybody who's successful in getting funds to give us a report back to say this is how we spent it and this is the outcomes we
Chair, a lot of those ones, the project's still ongoing, and that's why they haven't been made. Yeah, but you would understand that we awarded some funding and haven't heard how that's what it was. Some of it's very new funding.
So it's a pivot from the last funding. Awesome.
Yeah. That's great. That's regarding the children's gardening class.
Thanks, Martha. Thank you.
Now, the final file, this is where else it pops up, from the Northern Floral Art Society, we've got Lynn Reid in the room, have we? Yes, thank you. Come forward.
To be about something here 30 years ago, which I think when I first came here, and yes, I'm Lynn Reid and involved in the culture of floral art within the community, and I suppose a lot about it is just providing the community with the encouragement and to promote the social and economical and environment and from the community projects. So we've been very much within the community and the arts centre with our floral, and I'm blessed to tell you that I've just received from the lady that came up to Northland and brought all the, we call them flax claries and seedheads, won the New Zealand Designer of the Year, and now that's winging its way over to Australia. I won't talk a lot about us because I know it's been a long morning for you all. Hopefully within my application I've given you most of the information as I can. Yes, we've been going for 43 years in Kerry, and every 4th year we get to promote the Designer of the Year. This one was from, if you want to just pass it through, and from our last competition, that was in Whangaroa. Whangaroa is part of our community as far as floral art, and we go as far as Hauhora and past there, over to Takianga. We have members come every now and again. Currently, at the moment, we're trying to develop them within the schools to educate them in their days to promote floral art as well, and the cultural value of the products. So, look, I know it's been a long morning. Thank you so much for all the support and the opportunity to be here. And if you'd like to ask me any questions about our funding application, I've certainly replied there where we have been well looked after within the community. I think one of the good things is we do have to get what we've given to give back by hiring all the venues of a Barnwell District Council for our time and our monthly and any of our events that we have. With it. So I'd like to talk a lot about it because we're very much, sadly we lost our Free Life members last year, and we still have one at 94 that drives over from Hauhora Falls every month and still has just done an amazing job. We've just had what we call a wearable arts, and it's a lot of flax and that, and she was sitting there winding and doing it 94 and driving us back to Hauhora Falls.
It's not Edith, is it?
Actually, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You know Edith.
Oh, yes.
So she's a very, very amazing lady, what she still does. But it's a social event to come and you know, just be part of the community. We do a lot for the arts, for their promotions. We do floral, for like for the piano competition for years. We decked out this place in our floral art and contributions. And so we give a lot to the family that need support and funerals and weddings. So I'll open to any queries. So you can look at a relaxing time.
Yeah, just a quick question. You've got some ticket sales for the demo and the ticket sales for the stores. How many people come and attend the demonstrations?
Well, we often get it. A lot of our problem now is the size of the venue. 4 years ago we had it here and we had 200 people come to the demonstration. We're a bit limited with the finances, so we have to use the sports complex. So we'll probably only be able to limit it to about 100 people. We have a
door sales, how many people?
But then we'll probably end up, hopefully, well, we planned on the day, it's the actual half marathon on the 18th, the day that we're open. So with our promoting, with doing all our advertising and everything, that will end up getting people that aren't too worn out from running, that they'll come back and see the open day on the Saturday.
Well, people that aren't interested in running. But what about young people as well? How are you?
We're involving now with the schools, and I just had a meeting the other day with the schools to see if we can start bringing some of those people that are interested in designing floral art and art. It's not just floral, it's got, if you notice in the book that's going around, a lot of it is a lot of sculptures and using plant material in different ways. So it's just not the fact that it's a flower in a vase. I know. We've been waiting for you to come and join us.
Another couple of years.
Years ago, when you were in the Summit Hall.
Yep, yes, I've actually got all that information. In fact, Mary McGregor was one of the ones that passed away last year. And of course, we used the pie hair. I've actually been asked again, but she used pie hair, which I've just called out. I think it was 85 that they promoted for the 1985. They promoted for the whole of New Zealand to come here, and I've just been requested again last night to see if we can actually provide in 2025 a New Zealand conference. Yeah. So I've got a building here with a theatre, because there's a theatre promotion, and I probably have to work with schools to get schools to be able to go into the schools, and it'll have to be a school holiday, because we open up with a lot of people that have got techniques and teaching you how to do working with products, and we need about 5 classrooms. My accommodation will be the one, the accommodation will be the big one. We'll have to run shuttle buses backwards and forwards. Yes. It sounds like a lot of fun and planning, but boy, it might be a lot of few days.
Okay, I'm all busy.
Yeah, take it kindly. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you. Thank you, one and all. And good luck. Yeah. Bye-bye.
Now, big apologies to Melanie Morgan, who's been sitting there behind Rose. And I missed you as I went down my 15 growing list of applications. This is the Bay of Islands P&I Association on page 94. So sorry, should have waved at me.
Thank you for your time today. I'm here on behalf of the Bay of Islands Pastoral and Industrial Association. We host to the Bay of Islands show, which has been going since 1842, which is New Zealand's oldest agricultural show. The property itself is home to the Fairgrounds Hall, which is by all of the community. It hosts the Boat Caravan Association. It's also the main entryway for the Bay of Islands Blind and Disabled. The recent weather events we had, half of our entranceway to the driveway got completely washed out, which is quite a significant issue because it is a way for the RDA to ban this. The Bay of Islands show, which will be happening later, I'm not going to go about it. That we actually just to help up the driveway so that we can still have access to the property for both the Fairgrounds Hall and the RDA. Bit further to it, right? But that's
now we have the application, actually. Just might be some questions around the table. Where does ownership of the property sit?
So the association owns the property.
Yes.
I feel remiss if I don't ask you a question. I think it was a really good application and I don't have any, but thank you. Oh, yay! Look, like she said, what would you do if you don't get the funding? That's your question. What I want everybody to do is put a big banner saying this was funded by the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa. We will put that in. I really want to do. Yeah. Look what we did. You need our logo.
Jenny's on.
Oh, yes, I tried to the logo. I need help to do that. Yes, but I couldn't make it work.
Ask a teenager.
You'll have to ask my grandson.
And we still do too. We actually, if the banner's still available, we still have the big banner on our, and the events, when we have our events and use the banner.
Sorry.
Yes, I do look to make sure that
But I just put it like
one is right on the end.
Must be.
I think they need to be that's where the barrier would be.
I think it's changed.
No, I jumped on the website.
There you go. Okay, no further questions, that completes our speakers to our funding application. Marathon does it, we're going to take a well-deserved break at this stage, and thank you all for your attendance. Now we'll come back. Is there anything that anybody would like me to move straight into? You have the sheep pathway, I've spoken to that info, thank you. No, so therefore we will adjourn 10 to 15 minutes and have a breather. Thank you very much for coming.
Oh,
Welcome back to those of you that have had the patience in watching online. We decided to actually take a lunch break and come back and get through our agenda. So we'll move on to item 6.1. We have a notice of motion that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board agree to allocate up to $5,000 for Christmas events, festivals in their community grants budget. I have a mover, Lane Eyre. Seconder?
Yes.
Thank you, Bruce. Discussion around the motion. Lane, as the mover, do you want to speak to this?
As you'll all be aware, we currently sit where we grant up to 2,500 for a 1-year event, be a Christmas holiday. And we also have 2,500, up to 2,500 for road closure. What I'm suggesting is that we make it 5,000 and then the applicants can apply it where they want. Certainly Kirikiri's now gone off the road. It's just become impossible to do it. But we have a much larger event that spans a better period of time. So it's against this motion.
Bruce, a seconder, would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, well, I mean, basically, if you don't need that 5,000, that it comes back to us anyway. So yeah, but the maximum of that figure.
Maximum of 5.
Yeah.
A question, are they still required to put in 50% on top of that?
No.
So this is like a grant that's slightly outside the.
This is a grant in our strategic plan.
Right, yeah.
Mm.
So they don't need to put in the.
They still have to put an application form in, but they don't have to put in 50%.
Okay, thank you.
I think most communities spend substantially more than we do.
You could see last year it was.
Yeah, if they have to do the road closure, of course, they end up spending more than 2.5.
Yeah.
So it just tidies up, I think, something else.
I think we were pretty much tending to expand within this last year anyway, right?
Yeah.
We wanted to feed it for road closures.
Which again, signals the fact that, we've got to be mindful of the community events, people like grants, discussions today.
Yeah.
Mm. Well, also it gives communities the opportunity to think outside the square. I know some years, Paihia, for example, we do it on the down the state highway, and the Business Association has sought external funding elsewhere and sponsorship for road closure. So, I don't think we should be the one and final stop for everything, including Christmas parades. I think people need to think outside the square, and it might encourage other communities to take it to their parks and reserves and things and use the local facilities. There's flexibility there, put it that way.
Yeah.
Right, so no more discussion around that. I'll put that to the vote. All those in support? Against? Carried. Moving on to item 7.1, confirmation of the minutes that the Bay of Islands confirm the minutes of meeting held 8th of June 2023 are true and correct record. Have a mover?
Yes.
Bruce, seconder? Yeah. Roddy, thank you. Any amendments or alterations in those? Put that to the vote. All those in support? Against? And I'll abstain. I was absent.
All right.
Right, moving on to item 8.1, chairperson and members' reports. That the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board note the reports from Chairperson Belinda Ward and members Lane Eyre, Roddy Hapati Pihima, Tyler Bamber, Jane Hindle and Bruce Mills. I have a mover. Lane, seconded Jane, thank you. Firstly, we have myself. I'll take that as read. No questions. Moving on, Lane. Questions for Lane. Roddy.
Oh, well, I think if we discuss his other areas of the bilingual status, some of us also with a bit taken about.
You want to comment on that?
I just wanted it on record. I thought it was what I found that I had approached a member of staff about 2 months prior, because I'd heard that this was going on. And the staff member used their good auspices to try and find out if it was correct. Was told that no, that wasn't under consideration. And so I felt it was inappropriate. I think it's something that should have come to the community board. I have no problem with it particularly. I know I maybe make also bilingual sense to me as well. But, I just felt that it was inappropriate. It's not me.
I think we lost an opportunity to celebrate. That for me is one of the things. I mean, we could have got really quite excited about it, a lot more supportive, and it was just like it kind of, oh, did that happen?
It's never too late. And I think that that's the downside, as Lane's pointing out, of not having community engagement and not involving the community board members. And a number of these things are happening. And it has been noted in council that we need to improve our processes. So that is something I will take to the CEO with our discussion.
We were disappointed that we couldn't be part of the initiative because we would have loved to have been involved. I guess that's the message. Sorry, if it helps. Oh, yeah,
No, we didn't.
Oh, really?
I didn't know. No.
Tuned up on the day.
And got surprised.
So
I think you should say some of the members didn't know, possibly.
Oh, correct. Yeah.
I think in a fair, transparent, accountable democracy, you should have these things on the agenda. Why should be.
Right, moving on. Roddy, any questions for Roddy?
I think we do a lot more than you write down in your.
The thing, so I don't figure out which ones.
Here's a job for Kim to show you how to add a box.
Who are on Facebook, not you.
Took me a while playing around to
figure
out.
I'm not really good with.
I won't make a comment how I do it.
And since I've got my little 6-week-old nephew and his new mummy, my wife is running around up to him instead of doing my work. Oh no.
You've been replaced.
We're live streaming. You
Part of it is that she always think he'll be in trouble.
You don't apologise.
I don't know you.
It's got to go, Zach.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm telling you, full change, please.
I sympathise over the boxes though, because I have a whole lot of empty ones and I couldn't get rid of them and to figure out how to get rid of them. So we're not all techno experts.
No.
Okay, so moving on, Tyler. Any questions for Tyler?
Can I raise the issue of the dog park? Yeah, I wasn't at the board when that was discussed. I was disappointed that there was a decision made not to proceed with that site. But it seems that it's when it just died. We don't use plan B, and we really do need plan B. And I'm just wondering if anyone is aware of what that looks like.
Well, Madam, through the chair, Councillor Ford is right. It came to us from staff. There was a recommendation from staff. They outlined for us the process they've gone through to make that selection, which I found robust and was quite happy to support that. That they didn't give them two choices. They've gone down and arrived at one choice. But I was quite happy to support it. I was disappointed to see that the council had withdrawn that option. I think it was under some pressure from some interested parties. I don't know, but that appeared to be the case.
And the status of the land, we assumed it was a reserve.
Resource concern, would have chewed up a lot of the budget.
Well, apparently required a resource consent. It was deemed to be council freehold land, not a reserve apparently, in the report that came to us. But, so we are left in limbo in the meantime.
What's the dog park at Fullway came up? I thought that was the.
Well, that's
the dog training area. I think in the plans.
We have a ring fence, very small area to have a dog exercise area and part of the sports center. But usually within the side of the fenced area, we don't want dogs in the playing field. I'm just wondering if it's possible to have Even though there's been a resolution, it's just off the table and come back to the community board, so the community board can change their mind to what does plan B look like? I understand that there's been a resolution not to proceed with that site, but there must be some learnings on that with the so that's the conversation around.
I believe like the resolution was asking staff to go away and find a more suitable reserve.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was an alternative site. We
Yeah.
didn't actually specify a reserve.
Oh,
We asked for
Is it
alternative.
on our action list?
No, because we put it back to council.
But then wouldn't that mean we have it on our action list to monitor?
Well, it's come from council. It's not an outstanding action. It's just in limbo with the development.
It's not outstanding action, but they need to come back to us. Otherwise we forget about it.
I don't think so. I don't think so. It's wishful thinking.
Exactly what happens, and not by design, just by omission. Recently, it's come to our attention that a few of the other things that we thought were in train. I'll give you one example. A motion was moved by Councillor Smith and seconded by myself some time ago. That council do a piece of news around the enablement policy for voluntarily run sporting organisations now. That body of work was sitting with staff members who subsequently left the organisation, and the piece of work just disappeared into the ether. There are other examples, and that's not a criticism of anyone. It's just that if it's not in an action tracker somewhere, these things do get lost. Unfortunately, I think it's important that we pick it up.
I hear you, and because so now we don't have a strategy and policy committee, a lot of these things are falling through the net, so to speak.
Yeah. But this does seem like an action we want to kind of keep an eye on to make sure we do get this report come back to us.
Yeah.
If we haven't seen it after a year, then we need to start asking for it.
We can address that in a resolution on the action sheet, even though it's not outstanding, it's in progress, so we can make the appropriate comment. Do you want to pen something in or give something simple to Casey?
Madam Chair, instead of making a whole new resolution, what we can do is just open up the action again. So
add it. Okay.
Without needing the village.
Okay.
Come on. So we should having the brain to translate the title.
Didn't support the
Add
motion.
dog exercise park.
I voted against.
Okay, that will suffice. Happy, Em? Okay. Yep. Right, moving on to Tyler, we have Jane. Right. I did note you didn't come here all by yourself on the 5th of June.
Oh, yeah, I meant to say, I saw an error in it. Yeah. Sorry.
But I can understand your diary was probably very confusing looking at how full it is. Right, anything?
Does anybody understand the email thing? Does anybody want me to talk to the email distribution thing? Is anybody interested? I
think we take it as read unless.
How many questions to ask?
And the number of just Jane, I just wanted to query the number of your RFSs. Are you working through these with Kim so that we can park some of them or put them onto our action sheet, or is that a question for Kim or?
Through the chair, so yes, Chair. Some of them have been weeded out, closed off. So for example, the images of community boards to be included on the town hall page, so that's now taking place for the game and pilots for like football. So if the rest of you do get a chance. Yeah, they look like
Right, so we'll see a refreshed RFS list. The aim of RFSs, myself personally is you shouldn't have to be putting them in unless it's supporting a matter of urgency, you know, like Roddy's dangerous potholes on the state highway there was a pretty serious one. If you're giving the correct information, the email address and the 0800 number to your people in your community, and I did leave some pamphlets over there, they should be lodging them themselves and encourage everybody to lodge them. Oh, yeah. And if that's not working, so I'm happy to lodge it on your behalf and give you the feedback. But
these are not necessarily ones that I have lodged on behalf of people. They are quite often desperate residents who come to me after a year of no action, and these are usually complicated ones. Yes. So there will be an update because Andy Finch came over to Russell yesterday, and I'm hoping that in the next 3 months we might start to close something.
Okay, that's great.
These are complex issues.
Yeah,
these are not potholes.
And they can be closed with a reason as to why they can't go any further. They may not be closed to your satisfaction, but we will be given reasons as to why to feedback to members of the public. So
yeah, it's very similar to your action sheet too. It's a way that we can track it and staff can also track.
Yeah.
So it's quite handy to be able to say to a staff member, if you were to check the agenda, you will see that this request has been sitting here from the state. So if we are to remove them too soon, then that removes that ability for me to do so.
Yeah.
And the other thing I do is when I get the update from Kim, I do actually do the update on the actions.
Yeah.
Which caused some hands to one of our recently. Because he read the result was not what he wanted, but that's okay.
No.
And so, yeah, it's a way of actually updating the community or member that things are still happening. This is where we're at. So, yeah, not keen to close them.
Okay, so I'll leave that for you to work through.
If you have one on. If you have one on.
That's good. Great. Excellent. That's the aim of it.
Just the biggest issue we have about we five is that people all complain and moan and groan, but I have one hundred. But they don't actually take the time to see them now.
Yes.
Did you read my email about the fact that there is an app?
Yeah.
Is there?
Yeah.
I think the 0800 number is, and Roddy, feel free if you don't have a pile of those RFS brochures, they put some on a chair over there. Take a handful, and we can get some more. I don't know whether they're still floating around.
Every time I pitch now, pitch contact number, everything over there. And then I don't call me unless it's unless 2 weeks have gone by and everything.
Yeah, and I think people are lazy by nature. They want you to do it on their behalf. But I'm happy to follow up. But I think we should be encouraging people to do them themselves. And bring even if they stop you in the supermarket, ring up and say, "Well, here you go." Talk them through it.
I take their phones and take them to the website and take them to the MC and go, "Here you are." Say it's to your homepage. You better download the app. Here you go. Yeah, that's how I found out we had an app.
We'll get there.
The only other thing that I've done is where it comes to RFS, when you get a couple of ones that haven't been done for years, but then I've asked if they're going to send bad news to some of my elderly, I want to go there and have that discussion first, because unfortunately a lot of our elderly are good. And I prefer to go there and just sit down and have that discussion. So again, so there's someone there to comfort them through, because they think a lot of them take it hard. It's just not something I actually want to do, but that's the way we do things now. And I've asked that's with me and Tanya, and then we discuss it when we came to Amy.
Just making note of that when I meet with the CEO.
I think it helps to counsel on the way too, because it creates that human element. So I've been, but on issues, I've been trying to find new ways to suppose kill old myths. Like myths that if you now you'll see me fighting down your man, and
yes, I have.
You go and do the research and come back and you tell me again. Or you be like me and eat humble pie.
But you've raised a valid point there, and it's the same as what Lane and myself have been dealing with lately. Is it's about processes and about your flex routes. You're on the ground. You're the first point of contact in the community. If something's going down, you need to be notified or in the loop of the email or the text or whatever. It's actually a matter of courtesy. If we're going to do our jobs well, so we're working on that behind the scenes. But
It's the biggest complaint I hear is that the connectivity between people in council. And
Yeah,
so,
here we are.
yeah,
it's again, I say, well, that's my job.
Yeah.
You need to play something and you can't get anything. We have the conversation and we'll.
well, you and Anne in particular at that table are your voice to your community to move things forward. So, okay, Bruce, any questions for Bruce?
Yep. And now looking at it's be going about August, September. You get a lot of codes of those foundations, and they required a 20-metre foundation down, but apparently for the back of it's about 10 metres or something on the other. And I just had discussions this week with regional council again, just about what we can do. Because Jack Foster's retiring, and he really looked at it, so I would just push and use that member. So yeah, that's all the go apparently, and there's funding there for the landscaping as well. I have said to them, well, have you enough money there for it, for the landscaping? He said, don't worry. So yeah, very, very positive. Kevin Hoskin is giving us some on it. So, yeah. I'd like to comment though on the fact of hall maintenance. As an example, the chipboard panels over many years have been breaking down and going weak pixie. We replaced the whole, about half the hall some years ago, and they thought it was the windows that were doing it. The rest of the hall started to go weak pixie, bloody great holes in it, we ripped some off. And they were going to replace it only about a week ago. I had a phone call from Impact to say, when can we get in to do it? And I said, don't touch it until you do a proper study on the roof, because the water's getting in somehow. And only 2 days ago, Aljon rang me up and said, yeah, it's just come back that the main roof is in a bad state and needs a huge amount of repairs, and the foyer part of it is absolutely stuffed and has got to be totally replaced. Well, where the heck is the maintenance on that? Where is the budget for?
Okay, so there will be a renewals. Can we add that to the list, please, to check when so this is the Whangaroa Hall in Kaio.
Yeah.
Just can we check when the renewals are due? Maybe that could be brought forward as we go into the LTP.
Sorry, through you, Chair, that's Kaio Memorial Hall?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Kaio Memorial.
There used to be a figure, quite a large figure, sitting there. And just in recent times, it's disappeared. So, you know, it just goes to show. I mean, we don't think they're going to collapse. Imagine Kaio without the main feature. We've lost so many things.
So Bruce, it's under the policy. It's council's responsibility to maintain the exterior.
Right.
If the damage interior wise has been caused by the exterior, by the joinery and the roof, and we're going through the same in my village, then there is actually renewals budget there. You just
have acknowledged that they were going to replace the inside.
Yeah.
And of course, we would have to paint it.
Yeah.
But as I said, there's no fun if you speak behind the framing rock over the years.
Yes.
Hello, you've got it. Yeah, so I'm glad that we stuck to our guns and didn't allow them to cover it up before they made this discovery. But as I said, only a couple of weeks ago, I said to them, no, you're not coming near it until you give us a report on the roof. And it's turned out to be negative.
Staff are also in the middle of doing an audit, and we're on our halls and district facilities. So
we talked about it for quite some time.
We'll talk to you about that and who to contact. But in the meantime, we'll have a look at the depreciation and see what funding.
I can't find anything yet.
Anne might have it in her
bag of tricks. We can.
Yes.
Last year's or?
Okay, so we'll take note of that, Bruce, and follow it up. In the meantime, if there's no more questions for Bruce, I'll move by Lane, seconded by Jane. That the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board note the reports. All those in support? Against? Carried. Right, moving on to 8.2, our favourite subject, road naming. On page 34. At the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board, pursuant to Council's road naming and property addressing policy number 2125, name a private right-of-way, Dove Lane, that is currently addressed at 27 Access Road, Kirikiri, as per map A3710115. Do I have a move to get this on the table? Thanks, Bruce. Seconded by Lane.
Madam Chairman, this report is strange.
Yes.
Because we start off here, we want to call it W. And then when we get down the bottom, their suggestions are as follows. And Dove's Lane is, I can assure the board that I have no preference. Yes, yes.
So much food to done.
We sent this back.
Bruce, did you, as mover, did you want to speak to this, please?
I was just thinking, I agree with Lane. Some of his names are rather almost comical. What happens to Cloudy Dome?
Boomerang it back when you're done, darling.
I was going to comment on Summer and Sunny. If you look, you wouldn't be very happy with the names, would you?
We've already done this one. We've already sent it back. Didn't combine with the resources.
I think we might have a staff member online to speak to this, have we?
They haven't dialed in as of yet. They were meant to, but if you wanted to.
I think Kim
Harry.
might have something to
Oh.
say on this. I was looking for the LIN's approval, which is not attached to the application.
Through the chair, just letting the board know that MTA have now, I think, staff members who are approval will take over the road naming. So
Excellent.
AC and myself will
So my question in the meantime is, do we know whether LIN's have approved Dove Lane?
Can I invite Kushla? So I can't through Teams, So we've, through you, Madam Chair, we have invited NTA to come to speak to the this and the next report, this shared pathway, State Highway 11. They have not dialed into the meeting as of yet. You can.
I'll let this slide.
Yeah.
And we'll move on.
Make a decision to leave it to lie or decline the application or
We'll
just
leave it for the moment and come back to it. So.
Okay.
In the shared pathway. So at this point, I'd like to move that we actually go into committee, which excludes the members of the public so that we can deal with our 15 funding applications in front of us.
So this is
under section 17.1.
So if we
standing orders.
Actually,
thank you.
Oh gosh, sorry.
You can just pop it down.
Yeah, can I?
Not going to come up.
Oh yes, Asa did the same thing. I'm not used to it being a touchscreen. There it is.
Okay. So, as mentioned at the beginning of our meeting this morning, we as a board have made a decision to go into committee with our, to have a free and frank discussion, as we have 15 funding applications in front of us. And if we were to approve them, it would take the bulk of our fund for the year. And this is our first month of a new financial year. So with that, I'm going to move under section 7.
So under
1, I think it is.
7.2F.
Oh, 7.2FI, to have a free and frank expression of opinions by or between or two members or officers of employees of any local authority is the reason as to why we are going to exclude the public from these discussions. And we will come back into the meeting formal with our decisions and reasons why. So do I have a seconder? Thank you, Jane.
And then just vote on that.
All those in support? Against? Carried. So we'll just wait for our live. Well, thank you everybody for your patience. We've had a really good workshop on our funding applications, and I would like to move now that we are back in the public arena, back in moved by myself, seconded by Jane. All those in favour? It's carried. And we'll move on to back to item 8.2, which will lie on the table.
Sorry, we do need to just confirm the information that was confirm the information to be released to the public
Yes.
as part of your
As
funding.
mover and seconder, yes, I will confirm.
So you'll need
That
to get a move.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mover and a seconder for like, yeah, right.
So you need to.
So moved by myself, seconded by Jane. It was, yeah.
This. You'll need to get a mover and a second.
Oh, for the resolution, for
the information to be released back into public from public excluded.
Okay.
So can you have a mover for the information to be released back into public?
So moved.
Thanks, Lane.
Thank you, Lane.
And a seconder.
Thank you, Anne. Seconded by Anne Court.
Great. And then you can read this. Which is, here we go. All of the decisions that were made in your public excluded.
Touch screens, fun, aren't they? Okay, so moved by member Eyre, seconded by Anne Court, that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board confirms the decisions contained in the part of the meeting held with public excluded be reinstated in public meeting as follows.
Item 8.4.
We're going to go through the whole lot, aren't we?
Well, just
Mm-hmm.
just A, B, C. A, sorry.
Touching it.
Organisation.
Oh yeah, organization and amount. So you can just say.
Oh, okay. So we'll go through each one. Okay. So we're going to go through these in order that we dealt with them. The organisation first was the Bay of Islands Animal Rescue Trust. That application was lost, and the note that the board made is, while the board is sympathetic toward the applicant, they feel this funding lies outside of their remit and should be directed towards council for ongoing funding through the long-term plan. The Bay of Islands-Whangaroa board can then support the Bay of Islands Animal Rescue submission through the long-term plan process. B was an application from the Bay of Islands Community Centre Association, Incorporated Society, and that was lost. The note to that is that there was a lack of program detail provided, and we felt that the costings were inaccurate, and there was a concern about potential conflict of interest within the application. C was the Bay of Islands Music Festival Trust. They were awarded $2,500. D, Bay of Islands Pastoral and Industrial, I guess that's what that stands for, P&I, the old days, Pastoral Industrial Association, that was lost. There was a note that this was lost due to the fact that it did not align with the funding policy. E is Buzzy Bees, the knitting group. The ladies were awarded $1,000. F, that application was withdrawn. G, Coast 2023, they were awarded $3,000. H, Ngāti Rahia Kapahaka Festival were awarded $5,000. I, Russell Birdman event was awarded $3,852. Sorry, 3,582, beg your pardon, we'll just amend that amount. 3582, Russell Birdman. J, the application was also withdrawn. K, Te Marae Committee was declined, and the note associated with that is to resubmit the application in alignment with the funding policy. L, Taonga Oranga Trust was declined, and the note with that, while the board while the board supports the holistic and aspirational aspects of the application, we feel they would be more appropriately funded from other sources. M is Te Pokapū Te Aki Taio o Tito Tokerea Trust failed to get on the table, so this was lost. N, Fiona King was granted, Craig, sorry, not King, where do I get King from? Was granted $2,103. And the note with that was we request that any proceeds raised are given to a Northland-based Alzheimer's or dementia organisation. Finally, the Northland Floral Arts Society were awarded $2,000.
So all in favour of those?
Yes. So all in favour of all those recommendations, please raise your hands. Against? Abstain? Carried.
Very good.
Thank you. Right, so we're now moving to item 8.2 on page 34. We let lie on the table the recommendation moved by Bruce, seconded by Lane, that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board, pursuant to Council's road naming and property addressing policy number 2125, name a private right-of-way, Dove Lane, that is currently addressed at 27 Access Road, Kirikiri, as per map A 3710115. We have not had any staff members come online to speak to this, so we are lacking some information here, and I feel that we should go back to the report writer and
Chair, yeah.
There's no Lynn's approval attached with this.
Lynn's approval. And Chair, we've seen this application before. We have sent it back before. And I'm not sure.
Can you recall on what grounds? Was it the name choice?
I think it's to do with the resource consent or the name choice or the lack of EV. I can't remember which, but somewhere in the meeting minutes.
There's a lack of
Can somebody do a search on the community?
Ngāti Rai here were sent the information and consulted. They didn't respond, and they have still not received anything from them.
That was the issue the last time.
Yeah, they hadn't.
It is not a criteria under the policy that they do respond, but they have been consulted with or engaged with. So I'm quite happy with that aspect of it. Is the fact that there is no Lynn's approval for the actual name in this particular application. And we also have had discussion around the suitability of the three names proposed, Dove, Summer and Sunny. Perhaps we should be going back and suggesting a full application with consideration to historical cultural content.
That's what we did. I think that's where we landed, as we said, those three names don't mean anything. That's why we have the resource consent.
Through the chair, so that the previous resolution was that Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board refer the report back to the Road and Support Officer for confirmation from Lynn and consideration be given to 3B of the resource consent conditions when resubmitting.
And what was 3B? Do we know? No, doesn't matter. They haven't.
The resource consent.
Yeah, this report should not have come back to us like this. It's not very.
Report.
We're leaving it to lie.
We'll leave it to lie till we receive. I'll move. Sorry, Bruce, are you happy to leave it to lie, Lane, as seconder until we receive full information of the report? Refer it back to the report writer.
Madam Chair, can I just confirm 3B said the applicant is advised the resource consent. The applicant is advised that in accordance with the community board policy, road names to reflect this area. For that reason, sent it back and said becoming some different names.
Is that stipulated in the consent?
Yes, to the resource consent, under 3B.
Yeah.
Page 44 of the agenda.
So they need to come back with some suitable names and Lynn's approval for those names.
No, so through the chair, that may not be the case. What may have happened is that the report team staff have seen that a decision has not been made, not made the decision behind the, not investigated and just resubmitted. So it's not that the applicant has done so. It may be that staff have done that.
Yep.
Just before we put that on.
Okay.
Not anything.
It's not the applicant. The applicant's just waiting in limbo.
Yes,
Yeah.
you're waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah, for over a year too.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, this information is given up front at the time of application for resource consent, and people leave it till they've done their subdivision to get the road naming and then realise they can't get their title. So it's, I know council's doing a much better job at informing people that they must apply, but often people at the beginning or their agents are reluctant to apply right up front at the beginning of the subdivision. But just goes to show how important it is in the process. We get a lot of these, don't we? So, okay, so we moved Bruce, seconded Lane, that we're going to let this fly. All those in support? Against? Abstained? Carried. Move on to 8.3. On page 53, we have a...
Just through you, Madam Chair, we did have the same staff meant to dial in to discuss this further, but they're also not there. And Member Court has put forward an alternative recommendation. Sure. That the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board, in recognition of the importance of the Twin Coast Discovery route, recommend to Council that Council does not decline the funding for the proposed shared use path along State Highway 11 from Paihia to Waitangi, and that Council work with the NTA, that the Community Board, that Council recommends that the Community Board work with NTA, the local community, including local iwi and hapu, you're happy to add hapu, to redefine the scope of the project to enable the delivery of an affordable, fit-for-purpose solution for the community. All in favor? No.
Thank you, Anne's moved that, and I will second it. Any further discussion around this?
I know it's requested by.
Yeah.
I need to speak to an applicant.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay.
And thank you for penning that, Anne. I'll put that. All those in support? Against?
Very good.
Okay. Project funding reports, 96. Just like that, we flip to the back. Okay. Item 8.5, I will move that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board note the project reports received from A, Bay of Islands Animal Rescue Trust, B, Cruising in the Bays, C, Coyote Christmas Parade. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Bruce. Any discussion around those? I assume you've read them all. No, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Moving on to item 9.1 on page 208. That the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board receives the report entitled Statement of the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board Fund Account as at 31st of May 2023. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Lane. Seconder? Bruce?
Madam Chair, sorry. No, that's the fund. This is the fund account. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Account. Any discussion around this? We don't have the report writer in the room or online to answer anything anyway.
Through the chair, we'll make a vote in one of the events, not because they do not do one to the 30th.
Okay, thanks for that, Catherine.
There is expensive, which you do.
Yes. I think when we have our workshop, combined community board workshop, or maybe at our next meeting, it might pay us to look through these and just see if any of these are in breach of our community grant fund policy. I'm aware that we haven't had a progress report from the Puntavasa Community Plan to see how that's progressing. Sorry, the Kawakawa Community Plan. So we do need to follow up on things, and we also, Jane, will be interested in the Russell Placemaking Plan. And we're still to receive 1 or 2 reports as noted today in our discussions. So I'll put that, all those in support, against, it's carried. And finally, our action sheet, page 216.
So before you have them over in a second, just through you, Madam Chair, following on from the discussion you had earlier in the meeting in regard to bringing that action back up, you do have an alternative recommendation, okay, which includes, would you like?
Yep. So this came out of the discussion earlier over the Bay of Islands off-leash dog park. And out of our reports, members' reports. So the recommendation is that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board receive the report Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board action sheet update and the action for resolution 2023-22, going backwards, be reopened so it can be included on the action sheet update report. And that is the item for Bay of Islands off-leash dog park. Do I have a mover for that? Got 3 movers for that. Take Anne and Tyler.
Yeah.
All those in support? Carried. Thank you. So now we go back to the
Closing Karakia.
We don't have to do this other item on the action sheet. There's no action update. Happy with that?
You've moved it all together, yeah.
Just looking at the Cherry Park House one.
So Amy is, apologies, and that's been moved with
yes
the addition.
Yep.
So now you're at closing Karakia.
We are. So that was a great long debating day. Thank you, everybody.
Can I suggest you rattle them back for 1 minute?
We have. So I will invite a closing karakia. Thank you. So Jane, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you everybody for joining us today.